Well, first, good day to you, one and all. A lovely Sunday afternoon down here in sunny and a rather warm Cape Town. iRSA coming to you live from the Second Gear Production Studios, a 6-hour Enduro Series for 2023. This is round number 1. It's at the Daytona International Speedway. And, well, we're going to be starting the race in less than 10 minutes from now. 6 hours of non-stop action going to be coming through to you. And let's have a look, see how we're going so far with the qualifying. We're 3 minutes 55 in. Byron Mitchell, the fastest man out there right now. And each of these guys have done one warm-up lap. And then they are into their flyers. And Byron Mitchell, a 143.909, that is representing Durant Motorsport. Julian Familiaris, the normal man accompanying Byron Mitchell, but I seem to think it could be Umpi Swart that's going to be his teammate today. The second fastest man out there right now is Jaco Forster, the man that actually puts this series together and does all the homework in the background. Jaco Forster from the JVW team, that's Jaco Forster Works, and then Jan Spalmers is his teammate for today. The man behind the iRSA, the GT3 series, the 6 hours, also the Porsche Cup, the man himself, Jaco Steyn, and he's the third fastest qualifier out there. Nothing much between them at this stage of the fight. If you look at it, it's literally milliseconds that you have between the different guys at this stage of the fight. Jaco Steyn just 6/10 of a second off Jaco Forster. Luke Lucchese, the fastest of the, shall we call them, the O-toppies right now. Luke Lucchese just 1.3 seconds further back, and Luke Lucchese will obviously be one of the guys to watch from Pantera Racing, with Francois Joubert going to be alongside him today. And Francois Joubert has proved to be very diligent in the short circuits, if you want to call it that, your short 20, 30, 40, 55 and 90-minute races. And then he's also done a fair amount of these long distance, and a man that doesn't very easily make mistakes whatsoever. Third in class, Corne Breed, and Corne Breed with Raymond Duggan, the Flying Gypsies racing teams. Let's have a look at how they are looking per class at this stage of the fight. As Troy Dolenchik goes fastest, well, Troy Dolenchik, you'd pretty much expect that he's going to be the fastest man out there. There is Troy Dolenchik, and wow, him and Jason Kutsia, and that's JT Motorsport. J for Jason, T for Troy, JT Motorsport, that's the two of them. And that 1 minute 43.750 that has been put up so far, that is in fact the fastest lap that has been put up by anybody to date as they've gone into the qualifying second. So Byron Mitchell is into the pits. There he stands in the pits. He says, I think I've done my piece. I'm where I need to be. Jaco Steyn there in the pits as well. Jaco Foster still out on circuit. Remember, he's ahead of Luke Lucchese. That is something else. Now, Luke Lucchese is also out on circuit as well. There's Luke Lucchese. Let's get a track map up. We can see exactly where he is. So, going through the turn 8 and 9, going towards the backstretch. No, I lie. That's 12 and 13 going up towards the start-finish line. Let's see what kind of times Luke Lucchese can put up. Can he bump it up to the front end of the field? Pretty sure he will. He is blindingly quick, is Luke Lucchese. Nope, a 1:44.824. So just outside of where it needs to be. That's a 3/10. But remember, it is a 6-hour race, so it's not exactly death and destruction if you're not right there on the front row of the grid. And with just 3/10 of a second between Willem Botha and Luke Lucchese, and just 300ths of a second between Willem Botha and Jaco Foster. Now, Jaco Foster is another man that's come along very, very strong, no doubt about it. I think Willem Botha is still out on track. He's pretty much the last man that's still out there on circuit. And I don't believe, well, he might. He should actually be able to put in another lap. There you see, that's the number 1 in class, Willem Botha. And Willem Botha has got Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo Racing team. Johan Engelbrecht, the Johan Engelbrecht, the man with the Jogger Porsche from Kalani International Raceway from a couple of years back. Blindingly quick around the Kalani International Raceway. Lovely to see that he's doing not only the Masters Series, but also the 6-hour Enduros as well. That's fantastic. Let's see, he'll be the last man to come around now. Will Willem Botha. I think he was just making sure that if anybody else was out there on a fast lap, that he could maybe just go just a little bit quicker and hold onto it. A 1:44.487 was his qualifying time. And it doesn't look like he's been able to go any faster than that. So with just 50 seconds to go, well, that must have come out of the pits and then onto that lap, because he didn't actually register a lap time as such. So 40 seconds still to go. He is the only man still out on circuit, is Willem Botha. Willem Botha from Jaco Foster, from Luke Lucchese. Let's have a look at the teams that is out there. That's the different teams that you see. The LDR, Durant Motorsport, that's there in second fastest, iRSA Green, and the Flying Gypsies Racing. Gazoo Racing, that you see out there on circuit now. The JV Workshop, the Team Pantera Racing, that's Luke. And then Teens Bolt, that is Robbie Teens and Willem Pina. That's in that one together. So, still a couple of minutes. In fact, they've made it a 15-minute qualifying session. And everybody else has already gone back into the pits. Troy Dolenchik standing in the pit area. There he is. Byron Mitchell's there as well. Jaco Steyn is there as well. Jaco Foster. So, purely Willem Botha that's still out on circuit. And Willem Botha has now gone and stopped. No, he hasn't. He's still on his way around. So this should be interesting stuff for the run of this afternoon. Lots of sport that you can actually watch. There's some good soccer matches that's on, but you can watch intermittently between watching the iRacing. That's going to be from the top end of the hour from 2 o'clock through until 8. And then there's the women's cricket finals, the internationals between South Africa and Australia. I was lucky enough to be down there to watch Australia-India in the semi-final. And starting at 3 o'clock today will be the ladies' finals, and that is going to be Australia and who beat out on India, and then obviously our South African ladies team. 20 overs going down for each side, and that's going to be interesting to see how that one's going to play out. So it looks like everybody is in fact off the circuit. They've all done their qualifying times. They were originally going to be running with a 10-minute qualifier that was decided to take the 50 minutes and turn it into a 45 for practice, and the 10 of qualifying and make it 15, just to make it a little bit easier for everybody. So as you can see, everybody's there in the pit area as such. And well, from here on out, it's just going to be a very short period of time before we actually get going with the racing itself. And then it'll be 6 hours of non-stop action coming to you from the Daytona circuit. So lots of corners. In fact, a total of, I think we've got 13 corners. Not exactly an amazing arrangement of names and numbers for these corners. There's literally the backstretch, the bus stop, the Rodriguez International Horseshoe, and the front stretch, and furthermore turns 1 through to 13. So not a lot of, in terms of iconic corner names on the Daytona circuit as such. I would have thought that they would have actually been a little bit more inventive on the Daytona circuit, being a part of history. But so be it, that's the way that it is. Remember, this week, Saturday, down at Kalani International Raceway, a lot of the guys that you see here will either be taking part or will be spectating down at Kalani International. First race will be off around about 9:30. It's only the clubmans that will not be racing on Saturday down at Kalani. And then if you're up north, out Rustenburg side of the world, the Platinum Raceway, the 1660 Smash, that one's going to be brilliant to watch. And myself and my co-commentator FC Nivo will in fact be flying up on Friday afternoon, and we'll be doing that event. And there's closing on 100 entries already for that one, so that's going to be definitely good to watch. Also down at Bredasdorp, they'll be having the next event there at the Cape Agulhas Raceway. Gavin Swart and the Hungry Swart taking over the reins at this stage of the fight from the man from Access Auto, Stevie Becker, and they will be then running that event. So numerous different events happening, and then also obviously at Zone 7 on Sunday and Saturday. It's always a family day down at Zone 7. There'll be lots of things happening down there as well. So we're just waiting for the guys to get up onto the grid itself. We wait for the grid to actually show, and there you see the quali as such, the way that it's rolled out. Troy Dolenchik, the fastest man out there, from Byron Mitchell, Jaco Steyn, Willem Botha, Jaco Foster, Luc Lukizi, Corne Breert, and then Willem Pina. So 8 teams that are going to be out there, each team having 2 drivers. And we are literally 25 seconds away from the computer saying to us, okay, boys, time to rock and roll. Let's make this happen. We're going to bring you as much replays of the action as we possibly can during the course of the day. And with the upgraded SDK systems, there's no reason why we shouldn't pick up all of those action shots for you. A long haul all the way through till 8 o'clock this evening. But I think it's going to be something definitely worth following. Even if you watch the cricket in between, don't miss out on coming back for regular updates as to what is going to be happening with this event under the auspices of iRSA, iRacing South Africa, brought to you by the Second Gear Production Studios down here in Velgelegen in sunny Cape Town. So the first people are up onto the grid, and it's Jason Kutsia that is right up front. Look at that. He'll be super chuffed to be the man that's got the opportunity to take them around on that warm-up lap. There you see the iRacing pace car. There's the whole crew, well, almost the whole crew. We're just waiting for one more. That's Byron Mitchell that has not linked in yet. You can see on the left-hand side, Byron Mitchell's name is slightly duller than the others. That means that he has not actually linked in. I hope for some other reason he's not been caught out by load shedding and is actually maybe going to miss the start of this race. That would be terrible for him, Byron Mitchell, and either Julian Familiares or Umpi Swart that is due to join him, and neither of them getting it onto the grid. Well, let's see how this one's going to play it out. Willem Botha will take the opening stint for his team, and that's Gazoo Racing, Willem Botha and Johan Engelbrecht. And then Jaco Foster will be taking the opening session for JVW, and that's Jaco Foster and Jan Spammers. Well, there we go. Byron Mitchell joins up. We thought he would just get them all on their nerves before the racing actually starts, and they will ease it off the line. It looks like we've got a bit of a problem there with connectivity for Troy Dolanchik. His name disappeared initially. There he comes back up again. Jason Kutsia, the man that's going to be leading them out. Jason Kutsia, Troy Dolanchik in the JT Motorsport team. They'll bring it around nice and slow behind the pace car. So the elites, that's all the youngsters. Jason Kutsia, Jaco Steyn, Byron Mitchell, and Corne Breert representing their teams, and they will be doing the first stint. Maybe even some of the guys will be double stinting. That we will see as we move through this. Willem Botha, Jaco Foster, Luc Lucchesi, and Willem Pina being the opening drivers for the Masters. And don't be surprised if Luc Lucchesi gets the hammer down pretty quickly at the beginning of this race and tries to get in amongst the elites. There they go towards the line. The green lights are on and off they go down into turn number 1. Who's going to be able to get the whole shot? It's Jason Kutsia. Oh, the two front runners touch one another. That's going to turn everything upside down. Can you believe it? There's 3 cars that have gone off. As Willem Botha, Jason Kutsia, and Byron Mitchell. So that means Jaco Steyn goes to the front end of the field. Can you believe it? Jaco Steyn will be super duper chuffed with that. He's got Luc Lucchesi. That's the Pantera Racing, the yellow and red directly behind him. And then Jaco Foster. So the youngsters, the elites as such, have handed it on a platter initially to the old hands. Jaco Steyn. Oh, touch as they go through the corner. That's going to take out the next 2 that was doing so brilliantly well. And that once again turns everything upside down as Jaco Steyn leads them out very nicely. Let's have a look at those initial incidents that have happened. Jason Kutsia was the first man to be involved with an incident. As they came into the corner, touched the back end. And that turned Byron Mitchell around. Let's have a look at it from Byron Mitchell's point of view. Yep, there you can see that one. And he ran way off and ended up pointing in the wrong direction on top of it. And then after that, it was a case of Willem Botha that was going very, very well. And as they came into the corner, there Willem Botha had to run it wide. He had nowhere to go at that stage of the fight. Then Jaco Foster and Luc Lucchesi had their coming together. There's Jaco Foster. Luc Lucchesi was in there behind him. Coming down into the braking markers. Luc Lucchesi was caught out there by Jaco Foster all of a sudden, going noticeably slower. And then Willem Botha, unfortunately, got himself tangled up with the Gazoo Racing entry. And Willem Botha and Johan Engelbrecht, and he just tips it lightly up against the barrier, but I don't think there's too much in the line of damage there at all. So going back to the front end of the field, look at that, it is Jaco Steyn. He will be super duper chuffed with that one. Coming through behind Jaco Steyn is Corne Breert. Then behind the Corne Breert is Willem Pina, and that Willem Pina, Robbie Teens Bolt Racing. They will be quite, I think, impressed and surprised with themselves getting that one together. A recovering Byron Mitchell starting to work his way a whole heap closer. And, well, the first laps didn't work out. In fact, the very first corner didn't work out very well for him. And he'll be working his way back. Unfortunately, Jason Kutsia has also had a bit of an incident. Let's have a look, see what happened to Jason Kutsia. Going quite well up until then. Dives it up on the inside and backs out of it to make sure that he doesn't make contact with anybody else. And that, in fact, cost him pretty badly. So Jason Kutsia now finds himself a long way down. Let's have a look at that in terms of the classes as they are going from the top. That is Jaco Steyn. Here comes Jaco. There is Corne Breed, not that far behind him. Let's get a slightly closer shot of that one. There we go. So Jaco Steyn, a 1:44.959. That's the fastest lap time so far. And, well, he'll be super duper chuffed to that one, will Jaco Steyn. Corne Breed in that second position. And Corne is looking quite fine at this stage of the fight. Second in class. Flying Gypsies Racing, Corne Breed. And he will have the success story of 2022. Raymond Duggan is his teammate in the Flying Gypsies Racing team. There's Corne Breed. And then a little bit further back is in fact Byron Mitchell making the comeback. He's in there behind Willem Pina and Teens in the Teen Bolt entry. You'll probably find he will now do a little bit of slipstreaming as they come out onto the banked oval, and he'll work his way past Robbie Teens. In there behind him is in fact Luke Lucchesi, who will be trying to pick up the slipstream. He tries to run it around the outside. Is he going to be on the right line? I'm sure that the hard braking will be in his favor from that outside line. Yes, it is. So Byron Mitchell moves up, finds himself third overall in class. Byron Mitchell, and but he's a little bit of a way back. Let's just see what is the intervals between them at this stage of the fight. Byron Mitchell is 1.9 seconds behind Corne Breed, who finds himself 4.5 seconds behind Jaco Steyn. Luke Lucchesi doing what he does best, Team Pantera. And Luke Lucchesi has worked his way from that third position that he was in the Pantera Racing entry with Francois Joubert as his teammate. He was third on the grid with the qualifying, and he moved himself very quickly to the front end of the field. I think you're going to find the man behind him, Willem Pina. There is Willem Pina in the Teens Bolt entry. I think you're going to find that there will be nothing much between the two of them. You'll probably find that they are going to follow suit and try and hold on the Porsche versus the BMW. So only two BMWs are out there. A lot of the guys actually saying the Porsches, it might be quick, but it's not that easy to drive. And for that reason, one or two of the guys deciding, let's rather go with a BMW. If we make less errors, it'll probably be just a little bit easier all the way around. Let's have a look at the overall at this stage of the fight. Jaco Steyn is still leading them out. Can you believe it? Jaco can't believe his luck. Two incidents, the road just opened up in front of him, and Jaco Steyn, there he goes. Jaco Steyn doing an immaculate job. He's in fact got himself a 5-second gap on Corne Breed, and that then from a Byron Mitchell. So I think he'll be trying his best to hold on to that 5-second buffer and keep the pressure off him. But remember, we're only 7 minutes into 6 hours. It's a very short percentage. And while Jaco Steyn will be pushing as hard as he can, I'm sure he'll also be playing pretty safe. So Jaco Steyn looking pretty decent. How fast Corne Breed behind him? Not that far. Just 5 seconds is the gap with Corne Breed. But the problem for Corne Breed is actually this man, Byron Mitchell. Now Byron Mitchell will be aware that Jaco Steyn with a 5-second gap is not going to be an easy man to catch whatsoever. You're going to have to push kind of hard if you're going to make a plan to go fetch Jaco Steyn. Ever since Jaco Steyn got the new equipment, he's just gone quicker and quicker and quicker. So Byron Mitchell is going to have to put the hammer down. Julie Familiaris or Umbisrat, not sure which of the two will in fact be his teammate later on. Right now he's the only one that's on the server. Probably find now that he's going to be able to get the toe and make the passing maneuver. Here comes Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell on the tail end of Corne Breed. Corne Breed's doing a pretty decent job, even though there is that toe. Corne is keeping it nice and fine. He'll probably cover that inside line. No, he doesn't. He says to Byron, well, you're quick enough, bud. You can come up on the inside and I'll follow you through. Because remember, Behind Corne Breed is Luc Lucchese. Now, obviously, Corne Breed doesn't want to get Luc Lucchese. Oh, see, off he goes. And that is a big one. Corne Breed trying a little bit too hard. Let's see what happened there to Corne Breed. He gave the position away without too much difficulty. Touched on the curbstones, got it slightly out of line, and it just turned itself straight into the barriers. Let's have a look at that one from in-car and see exactly what that one looked like, how quickly it actually caught him out. There he says, okay, you go, all fine on the curb, all fine on the curb, touches the inside wrongly, gets it wrong, and that's where it just turns around, hammers the left-hand front corner into the wall. Luckily for Luc Lucchese, Luc Lucchese didn't get himself involved in that one at all. He managed to work his way through, and that was then all fine for him. So Jaco Steyn leads them out pretty decently without any problems whatsoever there. That's the lead car that you see. That is Jaco Steyn. Then just a little bit further back, the next car that's 90% through the corner is that one over there. That is Byron Mitchell. And then just a little bit further back, the yellow Pantera Mean Machine in the hands of the computer guru, Luc Lucchese. Then just a little bit further back from there, that's where the next battle is. That's Willem Pina. And he's got some close attention at this stage of the fight. And he's going to have to really go some to hold on to that position. Jaco Foster having a look on that outside line. That is in fact for position. Jaco Foster, and he works his way through. Does he make the same mistake and touch that curbstone incorrectly? No, he doesn't. He doesn't do a Corne Breed, so he worked his way through there pretty decently. Let's have a look at the classes as they stand at this stage of the fight. Jaco Steyn at the front end of the field and doing a brilliant job, I must say. I think Jaco Steyn is trying to hold on to that 5-second gap, but that gap is slowly but surely starting to close, and it's been closed down by 2 seconds there. You can just see in the background, you can see Byron Mitchell. It's going to take a bit of time for Byron Mitchell to catch up. He won't get to him that easily, as Jaco Steyn's putting up some pretty decent times. Let's have a look at the last lap times that were done. Jaco Steyn a 147, 121, a 144 by Byron Mitchell. It's not going to take too long for Byron Mitchell to catch up to him. But then again, catching is one thing, passing is another. So we are 12 minutes into this race, and we're going to be coming back to you very, very shortly. Looking at the overall perspective of this race so far, the last lap of 144.6 for Jaco Steyn. Byron Mitchell having been involved with a early race incident, in fact a lap 1, turn 1 incident, and fighting back and closing down slowly but surely now on Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn has turned the wick up quite a bit to get to drop down, not get up to drop down to that 144.644. But closing down slowly but surely is in fact this man, Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell with Julian from the RS or Umpi Swart, one of the two that will be joining him. Only one of the Durant Motorsport teams that's out there today. And they normally have two teams that are out on circuit. Let's see what happens with Luke Lucchesi leading out in his group as such in the Masters. He's the fastest of the Masters out there, and that just ahead of Jaco Forster, the man that puts this whole series together. Let's just see what is the gap back to Jaco visually. There you can see the actual gap between the two of them as they work their way around the circuit. From a classes perspective, Byron Mitchell from Jaco Steyn. Oh, that one's going to be pretty interesting. There goes Byron Mitchell. Keep an eye on the right hand side of your screen. That is Jaco Steyn. And I must say, Jaco Steyn has done massive amounts for iRacing in South Africa during the course of 2022, and now taking the overall reins for 2023 is Jaco Steyn, as Byron Mitchell starts to close down on him little by little. Looking very, very neat as he climbs over the curbstones. Not a mark on that motor car yet. And that's the man that he's targeting, Byron Mitchell, going after Jaco Steyn, leading out on the elite class. Fastest lap so far, a 1:43.993. And let's just have a look, see exactly who was that done by. Yep, Byron Mitchell. A 1:43.993 by Byron Mitchell is the fastest lap overall in this race. And Luke Lucchesi putting up the fastest lap time for the Masters. A 1:44.437. More than one or two people, it was very close to the grass on that one. More than one or two people have made their errors in that bus stop chicane, and believe you me, there will be many more thereafter. Let's just have a look at some of the passing maneuvers that have happened to date. Jason Kutsia passed Byron Mitchell. Nice in-car shot of Jason Kutsia. Doing everything right at this stage of the fight. And there you see the Durant Motorsport car coming through nice and clean up on the inside. And it's just, that's what makes the difference. So beautiful sunny skies that we have. Look at that. A lovely clear day coming to you from the Daytona International Road Circuit. Names like the front stretch, the back stretch, the bus stop, and the Rodriguez International Horseshoe that are interspersed amongst the 13 corners that the guys experience on this one. Byron Mitchell trying to make a plan to get onto the back end of the overall race leader, that is Jaco Steyn. Now, there was a 5.4 second gap earlier on, and Byron Mitchell closed that down to 1.7, and that's pretty much where it has stayed. Even though he has done the fastest lap, which was 0.6 of a second quicker than the fastest of Jaco Steyn, he didn't go any further than that, and he's literally stayed that same distance behind Jaco Steyn. Now, is that a tactical move to just stay within eyesight? 1.5 seconds, follow him through, do a bit of fuel saving, maybe save 1 or 2 or 3 laps worth of fuel, and then jump it later on in the race by pit stops? Or is that as quick as Byron Mitchell can go? I tend to think that he's pacing himself off. He closes up quite a bit under the braking for turn number 1. Took literally 0.2 of a second out of that one as we ride with the nose cam on the car of regional, national and international racer Byron Mitchell. Man's brilliant out on circuit. You can put him in anything. Whatever he drives, he'll be good at it. There's no doubt. As he stays pretty equidistant from the tail end of Jaco Steyn. I think Jaco is keeping one eye on the road in front of him. and one eye on what's happening behind. Leading out for the Masters, there is Luc Lucchesi. 6 seconds Luc Lucchesi has got now on Jaco Foster. That's a fair distance. Let's see if we can pick him up in the same shot. Yes, we can. There's the difference. Luc Lucchesi to Jaco Foster. Then a further 10 seconds further back is Corne Breet. There comes Corne Breet. And he had that one incident where, in fact, coming out of this, the bus stop chicane, where he just clipped the grass on the exit. Curb 1, curb 2, curb 3, curb 4 was where it went wrong, and took it straight towards the wall, but he holds it all together. Corne Breet has got Willem Pinaar in behind him, but they are in different classes, so he won't be too worried about Willem Pinaar. The fastest lap by Luc Lucchesi, a 1:44.327, and the fastest lap by Byron Mitchell in the elites, a 1:43.993. On board with Byron Mitchell as he works his way around, and whoa, he's slowly but surely now closing down, making sure that he now gets into the slipstream of a Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn, that was, what's the right wording in Skyfi terms, purported to the front end of the field when there was two rather large incidents in, well, first in turn number 1, and then just a couple of corners later, the turn number 1 incident, the two front runners taking one another out in the elite class, and then one of the masters having to run wide to stay away from that and not damage the car at all. Then the second incident was in fact with the two front runners in the masters class, and they found themselves spinning around as well, and that took them completely out of it, but they fought their way back pretty neatly into contention and regained the order that you would pretty much, I would say, expect to see out there. Let's have a look at the race overall. How does it play out? So the two elites, there he goes. Jaco Steyn says, okay, you come past, buddy. You quick enough to catch me? I'll open up and let you go through. And I think Jaco Steyn's thinking to himself, okay, you go. Let me see if I can hold on to your pace, because if I can hold on to your pace, I can pull away from everybody else. And I think that is exactly what Jaco Steyn's going to try and do. Make sure that he's far enough back that he doesn't lose downforce going through the corners, but make sure that he's close enough when they go up onto the banked oval. Oopsie, Jaco Steyn makes a mistake, and that's going to cost him. He's going to battle to hold on now to Byron Mitchell. I would have thought that he would have not overhauled it too badly and tried to use the slipstream of Byron Mitchell to put himself away from the next man out there, which is in fact Luc Lucchesi. And Luc Lucchesi is not that far behind. If you have a look, you'll see the green number 1 on your map. That is Byron Mitchell. The yellow dot behind that is second in class and second overall. That is Jaco Steyn. And then the next one behind that is in fact first in class, and that is for the Masters class, and that is in fact Luc Lucchesi. So Luc Lucchesi not that far behind the two front runners as such. It will only show as an interval because he is the leader of his class, with Jaco Foster 6.6 seconds behind him. The front two in the elite class, Byron Mitchell and Jaco Steyn, breaking away from the likes of Corne Breert and Jason Coetzee. But remember, Jason Coetzee had a incident earlier on. And let's just have a look at that incident of Jason Coetzee. Just tried it a little bit too hard. There he comes in the number 4. With the Durant Motorsport car on the inside. He got it all right on entry and then realized, hold on a second, I'm going to make contact with this Durant Motorsport car, and then he backed out of it completely. The other incident that Jason Coetzee had was in fact this one, and this was with the Durant Motorsport entry as well, and it was the Durant Motorsport entry that touched him, and that is where the two of them went off, and that was in fact corner number 1, lap number 1. And yeah, from there on out, it's been pretty interesting stuff. Jaco Foster can be super chuffed with what he's doing at this stage of the fight. Jaco Foster finds himself 6.5 minutes in there behind Luc Lucchesi. Second in class, 4th overall out on circuit is Jaco Foster. Doing a pretty neat job of it. He's in fact the man that's put that 6-hour Endurance Series together. So it's still very, very close at this stage of the fight. Third in class in the Masters, that is Willem Pina. Willem Pina and Robbie Teens in the Teens Bolt entry. The yellow, white and blue livery is what Robbie Teens uses for the Master Series as well, as he works his way around. Let's look, see the pit stops to date. Has there been? Yes, Jason Coetzee and Willem Botha, with them going in because of the fact that they had the incidents out on circuit and then sorting out the damage to the motor car. So Luc Lucchesi has actually had an incident. Oh dear, that takes him. Well, let's have a look at that whole incident. In fact, Luc Lucchesi. Oh, this is the first corner, second, third, and fourth, and exactly the same as what happened to Corne Breert, trying to get as much pace as you come out onto the banked circuit, because that carries all the way through. It gets it going again. So that looks like it's all good. Perfect there, perfect there, perfect there, and just a touch too tight. So that curbstone, the rumble strip, actually affects you pretty badly as you come through there. And obviously that fourth curbstone reacts differently to the first three because he's using the exact same amount of curbstone. Oh, Luc Lucchesi's in the pits. Luc Lucchesi's gone into the pits. Let's see if we can pick him up in the pit lane. There he comes out. So that was a pretty quick stop for Luc Lucchesi as he comes back out on circuit. Just making sure that's all good and happiness on the motor car. So Byron Mitchell has passed Jaco Steyn and gone to the front end of the field, as we said a couple of minutes ago. Can Jaco Steyn hold on to him? No. It does not seem like it. Byron Mitchell has taken 2.8 seconds out of Jaco Steyn, and that is, there you can see the distance, and that is more than what you can get any kind of assistance out of in terms of slipstreaming as such. So Byron Mitchell starting to walk away at the front end of his class, and then with what's just happened now with Luc Lucchesi, Jaco Forster finds himself in a very, very decent position at this stage of the fight. He is leading the class, as you can see, Jaco Forster, and that by 22 seconds from Willem Pinnar. So Jaco Forster and Jaco Steyn, the two Jacos, friends from back in the day, 20, 30 years, they've been good buds. Both of them finding themselves in a very decent positions right now. So, for those of you that have joined us in the interim, welcome. We're at the Daytona track, the iconic Daytona track, should I say. It's round number 1, iRacing South Africa, 6-hour endurance, and brought to you by Second Gear Productions down from Welgelegen in the sunny Cape Town. Let's have a look at the races out there right now. That is Byron Mitchell. His last lap being a 144.036. 144.036 is not that far off the fastest lap time that he's done to date. He took the lead over from Jaco Steyn, this man, Jaco Steyn, not that long ago. Jaco Steyn had the road open up in front of him right near the beginning of the race with 2 different incidents that happened. One incident which took 2 elites and a master off, and the second incident which took 2 of the masters off, and the road opened up. And Jaco Steyn said, "Have a nice day," and off he went. Byron Mitchell, one of the people that was involved with that, and Byron Mitchell now working his way back to the front end of the field, getting past Jaco Steyn, and slowly but surely now starting to edge away from that man, Jaco Steyn. Corne Breed, 3rd overall in class. Now Corne Breed is a half a minute behind Jaco Steyn, not losing out much at all to Jaco Steyn. Very little bits that he's losing on a lap. There you see Jaco Steyn a 44.0, a 44.2, just 2/10. That's on the last lap. That was the difference between them. Let's have a look at the best lap times that either of these two have put together. And there you can see where the difference is. Jaco Steyn, when he was under pressure from Byron Mitchell, putting in a 44, almost a 44 dead, to within 600ths of a second. And Corne Breed a 145.1. So very consistent, as was expected by Corne Breed to be very, very consistent. That's exactly what he has done, and made it all good. And he finds himself in that 3rd position. Now recovering behind him is that man, Jason Coetzee. Jason Coetzee has been involved with 2 incidents, and that's dropped him to the tail end of the field. So for him to go and fetch the man in front of him shouldn't be too difficult, because we know Jason's pretty quick. There you can see a 44.1 as opposed to a 45.2. So that means 1.1 of a second that is picked up in the last lap alone. But the problem is not so much to get onto the back end of Corne Breed. Corne, not the fastest out there, but uber consistent. He's not going to make a mistake that you're going to be able to get past him. You've got to go and fetch him, and then you've got to find a way past. Then the problem starts. How does Jason Coetzee get onto the back end of that man in front of him? Because let's be honest, Jaco Steyn is doing a brilliant job at this stage of the fight. Troy Dolenchik will probably be the quickest man out there overall once we get Troy Dolenchik out on circuit. Troy Dolenchik joining up with Jason Coetzee, Jason and Troy, JT Motorsport. And when Troy climbs in behind the steering wheel, well, if there is a way to catch Byron Mitchell, that way is called Troy Dolenchik. But for now, Jason Coetzee has got to try and get that 1.1 seconds. He's almost close enough to pick up the tailwind from the car in front of him. Probably on the next lap, you're going to find that he will be close enough. Let's just see what their pop-up lap times are. They're about to go past the start-finish line in the not-too-distant future. Out onto the main circuit. If you look at the track map on the right-hand side, you will see number 3 and number 4, the yellow and the green. That is the 4th placed Jason Coetzee in there behind the Corne Breed. When they come across the line, you'll see the lap times will pop out on the left-hand side. There's the start-finish line. They're coming up towards it now. Oh, he's closing up pretty quickly. He's closing up pretty. A 143.577. Jason Coetzee just puts up the lap record, and at the same time goes past the Corne Breed. Wow, 143.577. That is blindingly quick. So Jason Coetzee making up for his errors and woes earlier on, be it his error or somebody else's, not a train smash. He's made it now up into that position. Now, keep that time in mind, a 33.7. Jason Kutsia, 33.7, well, make it 33.6 for a marker. And that is what he is behind Jaco Steyn. Now, believe you me, Jaco Steyn will be 100% aware of the fact that Jason Kutsia has now got some open road in front of him. Jason Kutsia behind Jaco Forster, the man that's leading out of the Masters class. And Jaco Forster is quite a distance, in fact 21 seconds ahead of him, so it's going to take him quite a long time before he reaches any other traffic on circuit. So he's going to have open season. Byron Mitchell looks at the board and he says, okay, if you want to do that, I'll just go a tad quicker. 143.486 for Byron Mitchell makes that the fastest lap that's been done by anybody on this circuit. We're 40 minutes and 30 seconds into the 6-hour race. iRacing South Africa, round number 1 from the Daytona circuit, and brought to you by Second Gear Productions. Myself, Gary Fleming, Mike Side with you today for the 6-hour duration. Remember, during the course of the day, you'll also be able to watch the ladies cricket final, the World Ladies Cricket, South Africa versus Australia. As I said earlier on in the show, I had the opportunity to watch Australia beat out on India in the World 2020 semi-finals against India down at Newlands, and that was on Thursday. And now South Africa going to be taking on Australia. I don't believe the ladies South African team has ever won one of these competitions outright as such, so there'll be a lot of interest on that. So between watching the 6-hour iRacing brought to you by iRacing South Africa, you'll be able to watch some of that ladies cricket as well. Jason Kutsia, not that easy to get away from Corné Breed. Now let's see, with Corné Breed 9/10 of a second behind him, is 1 second enough to be able to get a bit of a tow? Is that pretty much the marker? We'll see as they work their way through the gears. I think that's very much on the edge of being trying to get any kind of assistance on the bank. And nope, it doesn't look like he's gaining anything whatsoever. So 1 second is too big a gap to be able to use the slipstream when you're out there on the banked oval. So let's have a look at the Masters. Jaco Forster, there he goes. Jaco Forster. He just goes and puts up a 144.135. The times are tumbling as the guys are getting accustomed to the circuit. The temperature's obviously starting to go a little bit higher as we go due into the midday. The timing is 1 for 1. So if we're doing 6 hours on here, that means 6 hours of temperature variation down at the Daytona circuit is exactly what the variation is going to be for tire wear and fuel consumption and the oil and water temperatures that these cars are going to be running on. So 37 seconds Jaco Forster has at this stage of the fight, and I think you'll be pretty chuffed with that one, because that is a pretty decent gap for Jaco Forster to have. And he's got Jan Spalmers, the very quick Jan Spalmers in the JVW racing team. Jan Spalmers going to be taking over from him. So the man that's going to be eyeballing exactly what they are doing at this stage of the fight is in fact that man, Willem Pina. He finds himself in second position, does Willem Pina. He's got the Mr. Nice, Robbie Teens, the Teens Bolt entry, that's in second position, 38 seconds between the two of them. That means that Robbie Teens is going to be going one-on-one with Jan Spalmers. If they do their driver changes at the same time, they'll be going one-on-one with one another, as opposed to Jaco Forster and Willem Pina. It will be Jan Spalmers and Robbie Teens going one-on-one. Willem Botha, not that far behind. Willem's within 10 seconds. There comes Willem Botha. Willem Botha finds himself with the second of the 3 Porsches that are in the Masters category. The Porsches being the pretty much choice of car. There's only 2 BMs, the balance all being the Porsche out there on circuit. Willem Botha gets himself to within 10 seconds of Willem Pina. Willem Botha going to be alongside the iconic Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo Racing team, as he works his way out onto the banked oval. And then catching up from behind at this stage of the fight, it's Luc Lucchesi. and it just didn't go all right for Luke Lucchese earlier on. He had an incident, and with that incident, he had to go into the pits. Look at that. Look how much curbstone he uses. First, second, third, and fourth, all exactly the same. But the fourth curbstone on that complex, which is known as the bus stop, does react differently to tire grip. And that's what's caught him out, and it caught out Corne Breed earlier on as well. Let's have a look at that Corne Breed incident. I think this one is the exact spot. Yep, watch this. Curbstone, fine. Curbstone, fine. Curbstone, fine. Same amount of curbstone, touch of grass, and it turns him around towards the wall. So very same and similar incident, and I'm sure that the guys will be aware by now of that very... Oh, Byron Mitchell just knocks it a little bit further down. 143.469, and Jaco Steiner 143.937, just putting up a personal best, making sure that he keeps that gap between himself and Jason Gutierrez. Let's see, where is Jason Gutierrez? Jason Gutierrez was 33 seconds behind. Let's see what kind of lap time he can go and put up. Let's have a look, in fact, at the last times. So Jaco Stein on a personal best of 143.9 and a 143.971. So Jaco Stein doing a brilliant job. He holds off the frequent flyer Jason Gutierrez to pretty much a couple of hundredths of a second on the last lap out. Jaco Stein's got his head down and he's going for gold at this stage. Jason Gutierrez pass on Willem Pina. Let's see exactly where that one. There was Willem Pina in the Teens Bolt, Robbie Teens, Willem Pina entry. Just moved towards the outside and allowed him to come straight through without any problems there whatsoever. So that one worked out pretty fine. Jason Gutierrez was in the pit lane earlier on, and we did have a look at that incident of Jason Gutierrez. And this is where he made sure that he did not make contact at his own cost. I think this was a very gentlemanly that he made sure that he didn't touch the Durant Motorsport entry. And that is what cost him pretty badly early on. And now he's doing a recovery from there. Byron Mitchell in behind the steering wheel and doing a lovely job. Byron Mitchell looks like he is starting to post fastest lap times, literally one after the other. Byron Mitchell for Durant Motorsport. He's got 2 purple sectors that he's just done on the last lap, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes and puts in an even faster lap in the not too distant future. So welcome to everybody that's joined us since the start of the inaugural race of the 6-hour Enduro Series organized by Jaco Forster under the banner of iRacing South Africa and brought to you by Second Year Productions. Myself, Gary Fleming, with you. Mike side today. Daytona Road Circuit, Elite Class and Masters Class. A choice of about 7 different vehicles. Pick which one you want. And most of the guys deciding to go for the Porsche, deciding that that's the way to go. 2 lone BMWs out there. Fair number of incidents that happened pretty much at the beginning of today's racing. Crashes by Luca Chiesi, Corne Breert, Jason Coetzee, Willem Botha, Jaco Forster, and then Byron Mitchell also involved in the incident as well. So numerous incidents that have happened. That sprayed out pretty decently in the hands of Byron Mitchell, who initially, the man that you see on screen, finds himself now leading out, who initially had to make a bit of a comeback after that first corner, first lap incident. Jason Coetzee almost into the back of him, but Jason sacrificing himself. Willem Botha, 144 flat to 8 thousandths of a second. Jason Coetzee costing himself a spin in order to not touch to the back end of the Durant Motorsport car. And I think that was very nicely done by Jason Coetzee for JT Motorsport. Jason and Troy Dolanchik and Jason Coetzee, and now making notable comeback. Into the pit lane. Here is Byron Mitchell. That's into the pit lane. Let's see if we can pick up a close shot of that. There he comes, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be for a driver change. If it is, Byron Mitchell will be handing over to either Julian from the iRSA or Umpi Swart. That's the threesome that together will be doing the series this year. And also coming into the pits is Jaco Steyn. And he also comes into the pits as Jaco Steyn. Umpi Swart jumps into the motor car. So it is Umpi Swart, Alpine Autohouse and Umpini Motors. Umpi Swart, Polar Cup Guru, GTI Challenge Guru Umpi Swart. He'll be doing a tire change by the looks of it, given the amount of time that he's standing there. And then also the driver change as well. Atinagel into the pits. Corne Breert as well. So Jason Coetzee out on circuit he goes. And the man that... no, it wasn't. That's Umpi Swart. There's Umpi Swart. That works his way out. So that's going to turn things slightly upside down at this stage of the fight. Jason Coetzee now finds himself at the front end of the field. Raymond Duggan climbing on board as well. So Raymond Duggan taking over from Corne Breert. That's the Flying Gypsies Racing. Atinagel climbing on board, taking over from iRSA Green from Jaco Steyn. Finds himself 9 seconds behind Umpi Swart, and Umpi Swart taking over from Byron Mitchell. And, Swart finds himself 21 seconds behind Jason Coetzee. But remember, Jason has not been into the pits yet. Coming out of the pits is Raymond Duggan. There he goes. So Raymond Duggan having taken over from Corne Breert, the Flying Gypsies Racing. He's working his way out. There he comes out now. Out onto the circuit itself, making sure he does it all right. So we have to keep an eye on Jaco Forster works his way in as well. So that's the man that's leading the class, is Jaco Forster. As he works his way in, there he goes, and he stops in the pit lane. And who is the next man in that group? It's Willem Pina. Willem Pina, where is Willem? Here comes Willem. He's still got a long way to go before he can catch up. Jan Spalmers climbs into the seat. Jan Spalmers taking the seat there from Jaco Forster in the JVW racing team. And he is still standing still in the pits is Jan Spalmers. Here comes his closest competition, and he also comes into the pits. That's Willem Pina in the team's Bolt entry. And while he's on his way in, Jan Spalmers is still standing as well. There, Jan Spalmers comes off his pit box. Jan Sparmer's going to be leading out in the not too distant future. But remember, Luc Lequesi had a interim pit stop earlier on, and Luc Lequesi now finds himself at the front end of the pack. Willem Pinaar is into this. Robbie Teens has now jumped into the motor car. It's up on the jacks, so that's changing tires and then doing the fuel stop as well. Oh, it feels so long when they're in the pits like that. Let's have a look at the number of pit stops that have been done here by all the different teams. There you can see Robbie Teens is in. Willem Botha's car has been in on 2 occasions. Now, Willem Botha was linked up with Johan Engelbrecht. He had to come in right at the beginning because of that incident that they had, and that was in the first lap or two that had to have some damage replaced and fixed on that motor car. Robbie Teens in the Teens Bolt entry on his way out. One of 2 BMWs that's out there, so they have had 1 stop. They find themselves 3 seconds behind Willem Botha. So now it's starting to spread out just a little bit. Let's have a look at exactly how it plays out in the race overall as such. Now, there is Jason Coetzee. He's leading out. But Jason Coetzee's stop was a long time back. Let's just have a look there. Well, lap number 3 was when Jason Coetzee was out. Everybody else coming out around about lap 30. Now, that means that within the next 2 laps, probably Jason is going to have to come in and do a pit stop in any case, and that is going to be the 23 seconds that's required by Oompie Swart to take it to the front end of the field. Let's stay with Jason Coetzee. We're almost at the top end of the hour. I'm pretty sure you're going to find that Jason's going to come into the pits, if not now, very, very soon. Through behind the hoarding that he goes. Let's see how much of the curbstone he uses. Oh, lots of curbstone. He's pushing very hard. I think they're probably talking on the radio saying, listen, it's Oompie that's behind the steering wheel. We know how quick he can be. We have to make a stop in the not too distant future. Let's go as hard and fast as we possibly can to try and come out of the pits in front of Oompie. Is it possible? 23 seconds? Personally, I don't think so. Is Jason going in? Yes, he is. Jason Coetzee into the pit lane he goes. This will feel like you're crawling along, crawling. You can hear that pit limiters holding at Jason Coetzee in the J2 Motorsport entry. Oh, he's going to be dying as he works his way down there. Now, where is Oompie Swart? Here comes Oompie. Here comes Oompie. That's past the entrance of the pits. And pretty much as we expected, he will now jump to the top of the log. There he goes, 1 minute 44.230. That's a pretty decent time, make no mistake. Starting off that quickly. A 1:43.2 is the fastest that there has been overall. And well, there he comes along and he sticks it pretty much into that time frame as well. So Jason Coetzee is still in the pits. And Jason Coetzee not that happy that it's going to stand there for that long. And he comes out of the pits, does Jason Coetzee. And he does not climb out of the car. He's on the pit exit. He's going to be doing a double header, will Jason Coetzee. So Troy Dolenchik saying, I'm going to the beach. I'm going to have some fun. You get us sorted out there. And when I come back, I'll do whatever I need to get us to the top end of the field. Jason's going to have to go some because Jason finds himself 25 seconds off Atti Nagel. Now, Atti Nagel, the man that we referred to as the success story of 2022 in terms of iRacing in South Africa, is no slouch at all out there on circuit. He is blindingly quick, in fact, and very, very consistent. So to catch Atti Nagel is not going to be easy. 25 seconds. Remember that amount? 25 seconds. Jason Coetzee to Atti Nagel. We'll keep a shofty on that one and see exactly how that plays out. Look easy as we turn the top end of hour number 1 of the 6-hour race from Daytona. Gary Fleming with you, Mike Side, on behalf of Second Year Productions down here in Velgelegen in Cape Town, bringing you all the action for this one. Jaco Foster, the man behind all the designs and makeup of how this series is going to be, and then ably assisted by Jaco Steyn, who is the guru in terms of doing all the setups and the organizing and actually running iRacing South Africa on behalf of the South African iRacing community as such. Luke Lekesi closing up onto the back end of Ati Nagel. Now remember, that is for third position or second position overall in the race. So there's big excitement with this one. Luke Lekesi on Ati Nagel, and he's going for it. Ati Nagel's not going to want to give that away whatsoever. Here comes Luke Lekesi, hard on the brakes. Takes that outside line, trying to do the comeback to try and get additional speed out of the corner. No, I think Luke Lekesi is just waiting until they get onto the banking, which is coming up after this corner. And I think he should now be close enough to be able to make the move. Luke Lekesi, 0.1 of a second behind Ati Nagel. That is for overall honors at the Daytona Speedway around the outside. Has he gone a little bit too quickly? Well, he didn't have that much of a run-up, but he does good drive around the outside, and Ati Nagel heals that position to Luke Lekesi. Let's see, does Luke make it through there without any problem? Yes, he does. The Pantera Racing entry of Luke Lekesi, doing a lovely job of that one. Luke will be handing over to Francois Joubert, the Pantera Racing team. And, well, Francois Joubert will be able to do it as well. There's no doubt about it. He can be blindingly quick. So welcome to all our national and international viewers. Oompie Swart leading them out very, very neatly. Well, we know that Oompie Swart can be blindingly quick in anything that he drives. Representing Durant Motorsport in place of Julian Familiares, who was originally going to be the teammate for Byron Mitchell, but they did say at the top of the season that between the three of them, they would make sure that any two of them are available for any of the 9 different races that are going to be done under iRacing South Africa in the 6-hour series for 2023. So looking very, very good is Oompie Swart as he temporarily disappears from view. It's kind of strange. Let's hope he doesn't have connectivity problems at all. If we don't see Oompie out there. There's Luke Lucchesi. Well, something's gone wrong for Oompie Swart. He's just disappeared. There he comes. So not sure what's happening with the connectivity for him. Probably big connectivity problems, and let's hope that it all works out for him. So Luke Lucchesi at this stage at the front end of the field, and let's have a look at the overall results. There we go. Luke Lucchesi, Pantera Racing. Luke Lucchesi accompanied by Francois Joubert, who has not been behind the steering wheel yet. We're 1 hour 7 into it. A double stint by Luke Lucchesi. He's taken it to the front end of the field. Second in class and third overall out on circuit is Jan Spommers. Jan Spommers and his teammate, I think they'll be pretty happy with where they're at this stage of the fight. Jaco Foster from the JVW racing team. They find themselves third overall and second in class. In there behind that is Jason Coetzee. And while Jason Coetzee started this race, 1 hour 8 into the race, he is still out there on circuit. Then we've got Raymond Duggan. And Raymond Duggan will be the man that has already taken over from Corne Brett, the Flying Gypsies racing team. That is the first time that he's out. It was started off by Corne Brett. So the Byron Mitchell car finds itself in the pits. Let's see if we can pick that one up. There you can see just around the corner. Our camera shots, there we go. So that's definitely, I'm 99.9% sure that Byron Mitchell, as it shows, jumped to pits. Some other problem in terms of connectivity. There they get going again. Now that opens it wide up, because they were doing so well. They had it all waxed. Byron Mitchell in behind the steering wheel. So something's gone wrong for Oompie Swart at this stage of the fight, that Oompie is not out there. And, well, it's now been taken over by Byron Mitchell. I'm going to go off air for a couple of seconds and see if I can, in fact, get hold of Oompie Swart, and he can tell us exactly what happened there. So, folks, back with you again. iRacing South Africa, brought to you by Second Year Productions, and as we like to say on the Second Year Talk Show, bringing you the inside line as to what's happening. So, let's get the inside line. National, regional club, national and international racer, Umpi Swart. I've got him online. Umpi, good day to you. What just happened out there on circuit?
How's it, Gary? Yeah, I've been having issues with my internet the past couple of weeks, and I think my power is currently off. I got the generator on. I don't know, maybe there was just a bit of a drop in power or something that caused it to go off. I kind of was waiting for it, but it's been on for the last 3 hours without an issue, and now, yeah, a bit disappointing, to be honest, but still a long race. So I think we've got the pace to come back to a top 3, so sure we can. If it doesn't drop again, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the other thing. But you were, I did see that you were busy a while back, a week or 2 or 3 back already, before the GT3 race, that you were saying that you worried about it and there was some people that were assisting you. The way I understand it, you, Byron, and Julian, the 3 of you together in a team, and determining that whichever of the 2 of you are available will go through the series together. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah, that's 100% right. So Julian obviously had a busy weekend at Kyalami, so he's feeling a bit tired today. So I thought Byron and I were taking responsibility today. But yeah, look, I'm a bit nervous that this happens now again on Wednesday. So, but more I can't do now. I spent so much money on new routers and everything. I don't know what more to do. I think it's just in the end. I think it's just got to do with load shedding affecting other areas and potentially affecting me. You know.
Yeah, talking about Julian from the iRSA, how did it go for him? In fact, yesterday with a 9-hour at Kyalami?
I think it went very well for him. He had a podium in race 1, and then I think he won race 2. I'm not sure about his overall results for the day, but yeah, good for him. You know, his car stayed together, which is always first prize.
Yes.
But you know, we always give him a bit of hassle about his car not staying together. So yeah, it's always good that it stayed together for him. And yeah, I would like him to be here today with us racing, but in the end, you know, we're having a good time here, Byron and myself. But yeah, unfortunately, I feel a bit bad now for what happened. But in the end, it's in caps, in quotations, racing. You know, technical glitches happen, so we must push through.
Well, it's going to make it interesting, not only for you, but for us as well. Coming off the tail end of the field, 31 seconds to get to the first man that you need to, which is Robbie Teens, then Willem Botha, then Raymond Duggan, then Jason, that's putting up some pretty decent times as well. And then there's still a good couple above the top of that. Talking about the GT3 series going live on Wednesday at 8 o'clock, your initial expectations of that obviously was that it was going to be very competitive. 40 of South Africa's best going one-on-one. Where are you lying in the championship, and where do you think the biggest competition is going to be for GT3 2023?
Yeah, look, the championship, you know, round 1, if you know, just say it out, it sucked. I had a bit of a tangle with Troy and ended up in the wall. Still got P7 after it, but disappointing because I really felt like we had the pace for a solid top 3. I mean, Julian and myself, we chose the Ferrari, and we knew that the race pace would come from that car, and we were coming through together nicely, and he ended up second, and I ended up in the wall, so... but
ouch.
Regardless, you know, it's okay. And my main obstacle is to make sure the Wi-Fi lasts, so it's a bit of an unnecessary stress, you know,
Yeah.
because even in the first race, it actually did drop during the race, and then came back because I told everyone in the house to stay off the internet, so maybe that helped it, but yeah. Regardless, look, Catalunya, the Ferrari's not very strong there, so it's going to be a bit of damage control, but it will come together in the following races for sure. So definitely going to be a race of tyre saving and tyre management, because that track is quite heavy on the tyres. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I don't think it's going to be a result everyone expects. I just can see that coming.
Yeah, they did say the tyre wear they're expecting to be very high. Subject to confirmation, I believe your National Polo Cup Extreme Festival car has now been sold. What is your program for 2023 Extreme Festival?
Yeah, no, look, we sold the car just last year. Unfortunately, we had too many hassles with the car through the year, and we weren't getting adequate help to sort it out. But we're not going to get into that. We had a good run, won a lot of races, saw 2 top 3s in the championship. It's a shame it didn't end up with the number 1 spot. But you know what, we've got the number 1 guy racing with us in Class A this year, so you know, we still get to race with the best, which is a privilege. Always the privilege to race with the best. So yeah, in the Nationals, I'm actually going up to Strikeops next week for the Endurance Series. I'm racing with Cara Hill for Calix in the Endurance season this year, in that Polo 6 / Super Cup car that we raced in the 9 hour, which, we were well on the way to winning, unfortunately, with issue 5 minutes before the end. I'm
Literally.
sure you know all about that,
For those of you that
yeah.
didn't get to watch that one, the Cara Hill car was literally a half a lap away from the pits, lost a wheel, and all intent and purposes trying to get that car back to the pits, just they couldn't get it to go. It just dug into the ground, and that was it. And that was with 5 minutes to go in the 9 hour, but was well on the way to a class victory. How many events are you going to be having with them this season in the endurance?
I'll be doing the whole season with them.
Awesome stuff. And Cara
Yeah,
has
so
proved to be very quick as well.
Yes, no, look, she had a great qualifying at Kailami. I was helping her on WhatsApp a bit with some data and footage, and yeah, she had an awesome qualifying. I think she got it into 6th place. A second off pole, which on Kailami on a long track like that's really not much. So
Yeah.
and it was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, her first time there as well. So I think she's going to be a bit of a formidable force this year. She's been under the radar, but she's a very quiet person, and I think that has played against people taking her for a threat. But I think they really should, because she's super, super committed to her racing. So I think she's going to surprise a lot of people this year.
Awesome stuff. Well, we see that Byron has already got ahead of Robbie Ting, so still 4th in class behind Raymond Duggan, Jason Kutsia and Ati Nagel, the guys behind the steering wheel. Jason's obviously going to have to stop in the not too distant future. He's done an hour 17 back to back, and I don't think he'll be able to go much further than that. Umpi, good luck for later on. Let's hope that Eskom and all the other happiness that we have here in the southern end of Africa doesn't close you down. And I think Byron might have a lot of laps ahead of him. A closing word from your side, Umpi.
No, cool. Thanks, Gary. I hope so too. And yeah, no, all good, all good. I will see you guys on Wednesday, and I think it's going to be a proper one. So let's make it happen, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the race, and hopefully we can see it out on track and not not watching Byron the whole time.
Well, folks, there we go. That's the voice of Umpi Swart, our local GTI Challenge guru, a man that's done exceptionally well in Polo Cup racing, and now going to be doing some of those Endurance Series races with Cara Hill in the Polo GT6, I think it's a GTI Polo 6, and those cars are blindingly quick. They are super duper to race as well. And the first time that those cars were actually seen, we had Greg Maloney on the Second Gear Talk Show, and he said, I tell you what, this is a car that everybody is going to like. And well, you see how many of them are out on circuit now, and I think that is a form of a vehicle that's going to stick around for a long, long time. So Byron Mitchell is starting the fight back. He's got a long, long way to go. 27 seconds he's got to find before he gets to Willem Botha. The voice you just heard now, that was Umpi Swart going out live with us. So Luke Lucchesi, the man that leads them out in class. Let's have a look at the different classes right now. Luke Lucchesi, he's leading out from Jan Spalmers. Jan Spalmers doing a lovely job, having taken over from Jaco Foster in the JVW team. 22 seconds in that one. Then we've got Willem Botha, 3rd in class. Is Willem Botha, and we wait for the Gazoo Racing car to come in after the second stint, that we can get Johan Engelbrecht, the Jogger Porsche man from Kalani International Raceway, will be the next man to go out there in the Willem Botha Gazoo Racing car. And then Robbie Teens, it has taken over from Willem Pina, and that's the Teens Bolt entry that's out there on circuit right now. And then let's have a look at the elites. As such, it is Ati Nagel that's gone to the front end of the field, because Luke Lucchesi is in the pits, and that means that Jan Spalmers has in fact gone past him. There goes Jan Spalmers. So Jan Spalmers moves to the top end as Luke is still in the pits area. The Pantera Racing car of Luke Lucchesi, and surely this will now be the handover from Luke Lucchesi to Francois Hubert. I think we'll keep an eye on that one. The Pantera Racing, Team Pantera Racing, the 124 South African team. And surely that's going to be now the handover, as there's still 17 seconds to Willem Botha. That's on the pit exit. And it's still Luke Lucchesi. He's going to do a extra stint as he's on his way out of the pits. So that's quite a turnaround, because now Jan Spalmers finds himself at the front end of the field, 42 seconds ahead there of Luke Lucchesi. So welcome back, one and all, and we are busy with the 6-hour Enduro Series under iRacing South Africa, coming to you from the Daytona Bank Circuit. And a big thanks to Jaco Foster, the man that's the administrator behind the 6-hour series. A big thanks to Jaco Steyn, that is the guru behind iRacing South Africa as such, and the man that's also orchestrating the Porsche Cup 2023 and then the GT3 South African National Series in the auspices of Motorsport South Africa. This, as we said, is going to be a 6-hour event. It's been very interesting up until now, I must say. The man that leads overall is Atti Nagel. Let's just have a look at some of the stats that have happened up until now. Fastest lap times in the elite, Byron Mitchell in a 143.206, a 143.6, so 4/10 slower than that is Luke Lucchesi in his stint. And then let's have a look at the pit stops as such. How many pit stops has been done by who? There we go. Jason Gutierrez on 2 pit stops because of the fact that he was involved in a first corner, first lap incident and had to pit to fix up some damage. There's unlimited quick repairs which is available. And then the one normal stop, Byron Mitchell showing 2 stops. That because of the fact that Byron Mitchell and Umpi Swart together. Umpi Swart was out on circuit. He had a connectivity problem. He's been battling with that for 3-4 weeks. He spent tens of thousands of rand to upgrade and update the systems, and well, it just caught him out once again. And that's a problem because he's one of the people that's going for that 60,000 rand prize money for the GT3 iRSA 2023 series, which will also be brought to you by Second Gear Productions. and that during the course of 2023. So having said that, the computer kicked him off. Byron Mitchell jumped on board suddenly, and well, now he's trying to fight his way back to try and catch up as quick as what he possibly can. Umpi Swart, having just had an interview with us, saying, well, let's just hope it doesn't happen again, because Byron, he was 40 odd seconds behind. He now finds himself 23 seconds behind Raymond Duggan. Let's have a look at the last lap time that they've just done. A 44.2 and a 44.9. So Raymond Duggan, the success story of 2022, putting up some very quick times out there. And Byron Mitchell's going to have to really hoof it, because if you add those total times together, the total gap that you end up with is 1 minute and 7 seconds is the amount of time that he's going to make up. And that to the back end of Atinachel, that's not going to be very easy whatsoever. So Atinachel from Jason Kutsia. Jason Kutsia almost 1.5 hours behind the steering already. The young flyer from Cape Town, Jason Kutsia, he's had 2 incidents that he's had to just calm down, relax, take a deep breath, keep the hammer down, and he's holding on to that second position. Raymond Duggan in a 3rd overall, and he finds himself 32 seconds adrift from Jason Kutsia, and the two of them within a half a second of one another in general. The first row of digits that you see, that is the difference between first, second, and between second and third and fourth. The second row of digits that you see is the lap times on the last lap that has been done by each person. Here, Raymond Duggan comes up towards the line. A 1:44.953 was his previous lap time. A 1:45.1. Now, Byron will be not that far behind him. Let's just pick up Byron Mitchell. Here comes Byron Mitchell. And let's see what type of time he can put in there on this lap. Here he comes towards the start-finish line now. Byron Mitchell, a 1:44.001. So that is 1.1 seconds that he's taken out of the 22 that he needs to get to the back end of Raymond Duggan. Going to the Masters class, Jan Spammers. I think Jan Spammers will be pretty happy with this. Him and Jaco Foster in the JVW racing team. 1 minute 44.640 was the last lap that he did. Let's see what he does here. So 44s is pretty much where it is. You're not going to get, I don't think anybody's going to get much below that on an average. A 43.2 and a 43.6 is respectively the fastest lap times in the classes. A 44.667, to within a couple of hundredths of a second of his previous lap is Jan Spammers. Luke Lucchesi, having had problems earlier on, finds himself 42 seconds further back. The Team Pantera Racing 1-4 South African entry of Luke Lucchesi in the Porsche in that second position. But Luke Lucchesi has got a special one in the bag, and that special one is called Francois Joubert. Better backup than that in the Masters class, well, I don't think you're going to find it, because Luke Lucchesi and Francois Joubert as a duo is brilliant. Jan Spammers and Jaco Foster are going to know the pressure is on. You're not going to get away from these guys very easy. A 44.5 by Luke Lucchesi, a 44.6 by Jan Spammers, and well, a tenth of a second in 43 seconds. That's yeah, it's not enough if you want to catch up. So Luke Lucchesi having to stretch the legs. Jan Spammers showing the way around at this stage of the fight. Third in class is Willem Botha. There in fact comes here Willem Botha. He is 7 seconds behind Luke Lucchesi in class, and he finds himself 6th overall out of the 8 entries out on circuit. And Willem Botha not that far behind Luke Lucchesi, and on pace with Luke Lucchesi, 300ths of a second between the two of them on the last lap, being Luke Lucchesi and Willem Botha. So Willem Botha doing a brilliant job. The man who is I think he's done 19, or he's on his way to his 20th Dakar, and he is in fact a crew chief of the Toyota Gazoo South Africa Dakar team. Highly respected, and looked to be the manufacturer for 2022 and the 2023 Toyota Gazoo South Africa, getting a very good name internationally in terms of off-road and endurance type motorsport. And this man that you see out there on track, Willem Botha, the crew chief, that can very proudly associate himself to what all of these guys are doing out there. Robbie Teens, just a little bit further back, the Bolt man, 26 seconds off the Willem Botha entry. As we see, Luke Lucchese just a tad slower than the last lap there of Jan Spammers, just a tenth of a second. And once again, to within 300ths of a second is 500ths of a second, should I say, is Willem Botha of Luke Lucchese. So nothing much in that whatsoever. We will be having interviews with numerous of the drivers during the course of today's racing. We've already had a chat with Umpe Swart. Next up will probably be the likes of Jaco Stein, that man that does lots and lots of work in the background to make it all happen. And once we've had a chat with him, we'll have a much better idea of the predictions going forward. So, big welcome to all our national and international viewers. Second Year Productions coming to you live. A 6-hour endurance race from Daytona. Leading out in his class, the man on screen, Jan Smalmers. Doing a lovely job is Jan Smalmers, I tell you what. He'll be super chuffed. Jaco Forster, his teammate in the JVW racing team. They find themselves 43 seconds ahead of the Pantera racing team of Luc Lucchesi. And Luc Lucchesi, that's driven right from the beginning. He's done almost an hour 40 already, has Luc Lucchesi. So he's very much in the groove, and he's got a special weapon in the background, and that's called Francois Joubert in the Pantera racing team. 43 seconds off the tail end of Jan Smalmers, and only been able to take tenths of a second here and there out of Jan Smalmers. So as long as things carry on the way they are, I don't think that situation between first and second is going to change very easy. But then obviously the pit stops comes into it. So Luc Lucchesi under a little of pressure to be able to come out tops. But we're only 1 hour 38 into 6 hours, so there's still a long way to go. Toyota Gazoo, South Africa, Willem Botha finds himself 7 seconds off the back end of Luc Lucchesi, and within 4/10 of a second on the last lap of Luc Lucchesi. We'll see when Luc comes past the line now. There's Luc Lucchesi as he goes across the line, and let's see what kind of times he manages to put up. Coming through now is Willem Botha. Oh, we're still going to go through the... Oh, he puts it away big time, Willem Botha. How's that for being lucky to be on the right car at the right time? Willem Botha has a heavy off track, and I'm pretty sure he's going to have to come into the pits to get that one sorted out. Willem Botha gets past there by Byron Mitchell. They just blast past on the inside. Byron Mitchell down to 17 seconds now off the back of Raymond Duggan. So will Willem Botha be able to continue with that motor car? We'll have to see how that one's going to play itself out as he works his way through. And no, he goes past the start-finish line. He doesn't worry to go into the pits. So it looks like even though he was head first into the barrier, the car must be handling pretty okay at this stage of the fight. With that incident that he lost 10 seconds in total. A 154.7 as opposed to a 144.4 by Luc Lucchesi. So Willem Botha dropping just a little bit closer into the clutches of Robbie Tings. Robbie Tings doing a 146 flat. So taking 8 seconds on that situation does Robbie Tings out of Willem Botha. But if the damage on the motor car does create a difference, then you're going to have a situation where there's going to be an extra pit stop that's going to come into play. Now they do have unlimited pit stops, quick repair, fast repair as they refer to it. So it won't be a problem in terms of fixing the car. It's the time that you lose going in and out of the pits. That's what makes the difference. So Willem Botha, as you see there, the yellow number 3 that's out on circuit as he works his way around. We'll see if he is eventually now going to take that car into the pits or not. I'm actually quite surprised. That is the spot where he went off, and he went off there at pretty high speed. Let's actually have a look at that one from the cockpit. Let's see what it looked like for Willem Botha from inside of the cockpit. Oh yeah, the back end just got away from him. Bang! Turns the front end right around and gets it going again. Let's just see what was the speed that he was doing at that point. 6th gear down to 4th gear. He was well on his way to a 144.92. You can see on the dashboard that was the expected time for that one that he was on before he had that incident and got it going again. So that was pretty hard contact that he had to deal with there. But the car's still out on track and going pretty decently. Robbie Tings, the next man in there behind him. Robbie Tings teamed up with Willem Pina in the Tings Bolt entry. He goes through turn number 1. And you see on the right hand side, that's the exit to the pits. 23 seconds behind Willem Botha. Willemboorte putting up some pretty decent times there. A 144.4 by Jan Spalmers, a 144.1 by Luke Lucchese. So Lucchese not being able to break inside of the 40-second marker between himself and Jan Spalmers. There's still a long way to go. Maybe they do feel they will possibly have one stop in hand at a later point. So not pushing it stupidly crazy at this stage of the fight. He's in there behind Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan is third in class in the elites, and Luke Lucchese having a look up on the inside. Raymond Duggan giving him lots of space, indicating to him, come through. I'm not going to tangle with you and lose out on the 17-second gap that I have from Byron Mitchell and make it easier for Byron Mitchell to catch up to me. For those of you that missed out on our discussions earlier on, it was Umpi Swart that was behind the steering wheel, Byron Mitchell having opened up initially, then Umpi Swart taking over, and then having that connectivity problem. The car then automatically jumps back to the pit area. Byron Mitchell came running back, climbed into the sim and got it out on track as quick as possible. But that cost them very dearly, because they find themselves now with a massive gap. Remember last time we looked, it was 1 minute and 7 seconds. Byron Mitchell now to the front end of the field, which is in fact Atti Nagel, is now down to 1 minute. So he's taken 7 seconds out of Atti Nagel since he's been out there on circuit. Atti Nagel having taken over from Jaco Steyn in the iRSA green entry. A 144.852 by Atti Nagel, and then just a little bit behind that in his class is Jan Spalmers. Let's have a look at the overall results where they are right now. So Atti Nagel, there goes Atti Nagel, and he leads out his class, does Atti Nagel. There is Jan Spalmers, and he leads out his class. So where the elites in general historically have given the Masters a very hard time, that is not the case today. The Masters are really giving it a good go. Jan Spalmers is right there, the teammate of Jaco Foster in the JVW team, in behind Atti Nagel, that leads out for the iRSA green of Jaco Steyn. So the two best buds, Jaco Foster and Jaco Steyn, their teammates are out there, and they are nose to tail for first and second overall. So back with you live from the Second Gear Production Studios down Valgelegen in Cape Town, and we've just had a couple of stops out there on the circuit. Jason Coetzee now finds himself at the front end of the field, and Jason Coetzee almost 2 hours behind the steering. The young man obviously very racing fit and being able to keep the concentration for that long. So Jason Coetzee, oh, he's going into pit lane. It had to happen. It had to happen pretty soon. So let's have a look, see what is the gaps going back. Luc Lequesne will be the next man to come through. And where is Luc Lequesne right now? It looks like Luc Lequesne might for the first time actually go to the front end of the field, not only leading his class but also the race overall as he works his way around. There you see the number one, the green number one, coming up towards the line. Is Jason still standing still? Yep, there's Jason is still there. Where is Luc Lequesne? There comes Luc Lequesne, and Troy Dolenchik climbs on board. Troy Dolenchik climbs on board, but it's Luc Lequesne that's just gone past the pit exit. That's the pit exit wall that you see there on the right hand side, and Troy Dolenchik will be in the car. The frequent flyer from Daytona International Raceway 1600 in Veschem, Rookie of the Year for 2022, and the man that I predict will have the overall fastest lap time of everybody out there today. So that's the car that's been piloted by Jason Coetzee for 1 hour and 50. It's now Troy Dolenchik that's out on circuit. In the meantime, Jaco Steyn has now got back into the car as well. So Jaco Steyn taking over from Atti Nagel in the iRSA green entry, and now moves up that one position. So looking at the classes from the top end down, the Masters leading out from the elites, although the fastest lap time was put in by the elites, a 143.206, and that was done by Byron Mitchell, a 143.640 by this man Luc Lequesne. And Luc Lequesne has now got himself a decent distance ahead of the next man in class, which is in fact Jaco Foster. And Jaco Foster, I think, will be pushing very hard to try and make up that distance between himself and Luc Lequesne. Jaco Foster getting himself in with a bit of traffic. Let's look at the last lap times that they have done. Luc Lequesne a 44.1, a 51.572 by Jaco Foster. So that's where the going into the pits comes into it, and finding there that that lap is just a little bit slower. Let's see when they come around to see exactly what the latest lap times are for Luc Lequesne, and then also for Jaco Foster. Jaco Foster, the man that's on screen. Luc having done a 144.353, a 146 by Jaco Foster. So Luc Lequesne definitely on the move. But the biggest problem for Luc Lequesne is in fact that man, Byron Mitchell. And Byron Mitchell is, let's have a look, see what is the difference between Byron Mitchell. Oh, both of them are in fact leading their classes. So Luc Lequesne from Byron Mitchell, Luc Lequesne being the fastest of all, and Luc Lequesne and Byron Mitchell is, let's just see what is that gap between the two of them. 16 seconds between them. So Byron Mitchell is going to be up against it. Not only does he have to try and equal and better the times of Luc Lequesne, he's got a teammate that's got connectivity problems in Umpi Swart, and that might actually happen again. So Byron, I think, will be hell-bent on getting them back to the front end of the field, then saying to his teammate Umpi from Umpini Motors, saying to him, okay, I've now got us back to the front, you take it, and then let's hope the connectivity doesn't blow us out the water once again. Luc Lequesne will know that the possibility is pretty realistic. Haven't happened once already. It could happen within this 6 hour period, as Troy Dolenchik looks like he's pretty much on the move. Troy Dolenchik on the back end there of Jaco Steyn. Now remember, I did predict that Troy Dolenchik would be the fastest man out there in the overall times. As such, he's taken over the car from Jason Kutsia. You'll use anybody for a bit of a slipstream, and if there's anybody that can sit right on somebody's back bumper and still find the lines somehow, it is in fact Troy Dolenchik. He's in there behind Jaco Foster, and that is the fight for third place overall in the race. Jaco Steyn right in there as well. Jaco Steyn from Troy Dolenchik from Jaco Foster, and that is in fact for third, fourth and fifth overall in the race. Nothing much between them whatsoever, and it's not only now fighting for track position, it is for class honors as well. Troy Dolenchik pushing very, very hard to try and get in there. Let's see what the slipstream difference is going to be as they come out into the straight. Troy Dolenchik in there behind Jaco Foster. He should be able to make the move from there. Jaco's going to force him to go all the way around the outside. Going to be... Nope, I don't think he's got enough pace to get all the way around. Oh, Jaco Foster squeezes him. They go disappear behind the billboards, and Troy Dolenchik, 2, 3, 4 years ago, Troy wouldn't have backed out. He would have kept the hammer down, either got past or had an accident. Now he's getting much wiser behind the steering wheel, and Jaco Steyn is trying to pick up that double toe. Troy now having a look around the outside. He climbed out too quickly. He's got to actually drop back a little bit, because from 0.1 of a second, you don't get enough of a run to actually make it stick unless the other person backs out just a little. And at this stage of the fight, Jaco Foster is not backing out. Jaco Steyn comes with to play as well. Now Troy Dolenchik makes it around the outside. Can he stick it on the brakes? Yes, he does. He actually gets the perfect apex, and it takes a bit of a gap as well. So Troy Dolenchik on the move. Let's have a look at the best lap times to date. Troy Dolenchik on a 43.5. So nope, up until now, having been in traffic and getting accustomed to the circumstances, the temperatures and times that is out there, he's not been able to put up the fastest lap time. Luke Lucchese, a 43.6, that was put up a long time back, and the 43.2 of Byron Mitchell, that was also put up a pretty long time back. But now Troy Dolenchik has got a open track in front of him, and that could be where the difference comes into it. Can Troy Dolenchik then go and fetch the man in front of him? That's a different story. Troy Dolenchik on Byron Mitchell. Dolenchik on a 45.301 because of the traffic that he had. Byron Mitchell out in open space without any hassles whatsoever, being notably quicker. But the next time that they come around, it's going to be a different story, because Troy Dolenchik now with the open track is definitely going to be doing a lot quicker than a 145.301. Now, I'm going to say he's going to be probably around about a 43.6, around about there, depending on how the balance of this lap goes. And then the next lap thereafter, where he's got the whole lap that is by himself, I expect to see him go down to 43.3, around about there. So Troy Dolenchik going up towards the line. He'll be the second car that comes through. Byron Mitchell, a 44.389. A 44.3. Well, he does it already. I said a 44.6. He already went down to a 44.3, which I thought he would do on the following lap. So 44.396, and that just 6 thousandths of a second outside the time of a Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell being 15 seconds ahead of him. With Byron Mitchell being 15 seconds ahead of him, a couple of thousandths is not going to make the difference whatsoever. Going to have to really go some. So Luke Lucchese making it happen up front, as he has got a fair amount of space behind him. You'll see the number one, the green number one on your map. That is in fact Luke Lucchese. And then you'll see the yellow number one, which now becomes the green number one. That is in fact Byron Mitchell. Then behind that is Troy Dolenchik. So watch the green number one, Troy Dolenchik. That's the green number two. That's the distance between them, both of them at the top end of the circuit. Where's Jaco Foster? Directly behind him. Where's Jaco Steyn? Directly behind him. And then a Corne Breed, you'll see there, that green number 4. That's pretty much a third of a lap further back that Corné Breert finds himself. And then Johan Engelbrecht. There goes Johan Engelbrecht. And, Byron Mitchell into the pit lane. So Byron Mitchell saying, Oompie Swart, time for you to climb in behind the steering wheel. I'll be very surprised if Oompie does not get in behind the steering wheel. Remember, the first portions of this race, double stinting initially was in fact Byron Mitchell. So there on out, it wasn't a lot of laps. It was done by Oompie Swart. And then we're going to get a situation now where I'm pretty sure that he's going to have to hand that one over. And, he's already dropping positions as the other cars is coming through. Watch the board. Let's see if that one changes from Byron Mitchell. Around about a minute to a minute 10 for a pit stop. Feels like forever when you are sitting there in the car. Can Oompie Swart get his rig linked up? It's not going to be very long. And no, Byron Mitchell back out on the circuit again. So looks like Oompie's not going to be climbing into the car straight away. So from the top end down, Luke Lekisi leading out from the second man in class, and that being Jaco Forster. And Jaco Forster finds himself with Willem Pina right in front of him, and Jaco staying behind him. So good day to you, one and all. 71 laps and 2 hours and 5 minutes into the first round of the 6-hour Endurance Series for 2023. Coming to you from the Daytona circuit and brought to you from the Second Gear Production Studios. My name's Gary Fleming. I'll be joining you for the balance of today. So for those of you that missed out earlier on, let's have a look at some of the incidents that have happened so far today. Literally lap number one, corner number one, this was the very first incident that happened, and this was in fact Jason Kutsia and Troy Dolenchik And going down into turn number 1, he got tipped from behind, and that turned him right around. Now, having a look from a different point of view, Byron Mitchell. It was Byron Mitchell that was in there behind him. He did actually apologize afterwards and said, hey, that one just caught me slightly out, turned the two of them around. And that was a situation where Willem Botha then had to head out into the pastures to try and not get any damage. Second, Willem Botha, he's on that outside line, decides to play it safe, go all the way around the outside, then has to try and get going as quick as possible, and that's what slowed him up. Then the next incident, pretty much in the first 2 laps, was this one with Jaco Foster, who was going brilliantly at that stage of the fight. And Jaco Foster closing right in onto the back end there of Luke Lucchese, and that taking himself and Luke Lucchese out of it. From Lucchese's point of view, it was all quite fine, but yeah, it didn't work out the way that he wanted. In fact, that was him that slowed up quite a bit, did Luke Lucchese. And looking at that situation, coming from a long way back onto the tail end there of Luke Lucchese, and well, Luke just kept on slowing it down, and that was where he managed to stop those Pirellis just before he ended up being completely up against the wall and breaking the back wing. Then it was Willem Botha's chance, and Willem Botha in the Toyota Gazoo car just a little bit too heavy on the gas, and he scraped all the paintwork off as he worked his way up the barrier. Took him a bit of time to get that one going, but luckily not too much damage to the motor car, and was not forced to do a pit stop at that stage of the fight. Troy Dolenchek was very quick right from the beginning, and that was the incident with sorry, that was Jason Coetzee in the car that's now piloted by Troy Dolenchek, and Jason Coetzee, in an effort to not make contact with the car in front of him, had actually took himself out. Then Corne Breut had himself in a different situation. Perfect curb, perfect curb, perfect curb, exactly the same there, and it turns the car around and puts him into the wall. So it looks like that 4th curbstone has got a different grip to what the first 3 have got. Perfect curb, Luke Lucchese. Perfect curb, exactly the same scenario, and it turns him up with the Pantera car up towards the wall. So definitely a variation in the amount of grip when you go over those rumble strips and get it back out onto the circuit again. That, surprisingly, is just about the full summary of all the different incidents that have happened to date. And well, you would have thought that there would have been a lot more, but in fact not at all. The guys have been going very well. So Luke Lucchese, you'll see him, that number 1, Luke Lucchese, going around on the map. And then the P behind that, now according to my backyard guru that's got all the information on how the inner detail works of iRacing, Gavin's saying to me that should Luke Lucchese go into the pits, he's just gone past the pits, should he go into the pits and he recovers the circuit, there where you see that P with the green marks around it, that on a normal pit stop is where he would then come back out on circuit again, which means that he literally then has a pit stop in hand from a Troy Dolenchek. Now there's Troy Dolenchek. You see the number 1, the blue number 1 that's going through the kink. The green number 1, that's Troy Dolenchek, and he's also class leading, but second on the circuit right now. That's Troy Dolenchek as he goes over the line. And let's see what he does, a 1:44.274. That's pretty quick on a 1:44.274. Jaco Steiner 1:44.5, so 4 seconds behind and only 3/10 slower, and to within 0.003 of a second, Jaco Stein and Jaco Foster, the man that heads up iRSA as opposed to the man that heads up the 6-hour Enduro Series, and best buds for the last 2.5 decades. The two Jacos find themselves very close to one another on present lap times as such. So Luke Lucchese from Jaco Foster, 39 seconds between them. That's in the Masters class, and first and second. And then Johan Engelbrecht 1 lap down, and Willem Pina 1 lap down from the lead car, which is Luke Lucchesi in the Masters class. Troy Dolenchik leading out in the elites by 4 seconds from Jaco Steyn. Then a little bit further back is Byron Mitchell. Remember, it was 1 minute and 7 seconds at one stage of the fight. Then it went down to a minute. They're now on 49.5. And then 50 seconds. Oh, that is pretty quick. Luke Lucchesi, 144.117 by Luke Lucchesi. So he's really pushing the edges at this stage of the fight. Let's have a look at the fastest lap times for everybody overall. Luke Lucchesi, a 143.6 and a 143.2 by Byron Mitchell. And that is pretty much been there for the better part of an hour already. If you look at the gains and losses, Luke Lucchesi's 2 positions up. Troy Dolenchik started in a 2nd position. Him and his teammate hold on to that. Jaco Steyn 1 position up. Jaco Foster staying where he was. Byron Mitchell 1 down, but that's because of the connectivity problems by his teammate, and hopefully we will see Umpi out later on. Otherwise, Byron's going to have a very, very long afternoon. And keep in mind that Julian from the RS would have been the Byron Mitchell compatriot for this one, but Julian from the RS in the Mobile 1 V8s having a long, hard day yesterday at the Kailami circuit, and him saying, okay, I'm going to take a bit of a break today. Byron, you and Umpi go out there and go and do the necessaries, and that's why he in fact is not out there at the moment. Troy Dolenchik, all the eyes are going to be on him. Troy Dolenchik is probably the fastest of the juniors, and Luke Lucchesi is probably the fastest of the seniors, and that is exactly why. Look, oh, into the pit lane, Luke Lucchesi. Into the pits comes Luke Lucchesi. So now it's going to be a case of where is Troy Dolenchik? He's coming up towards the bus stop by the looks of it. Yep. He's coming up towards the bus stop. This is where there is the opportunity for the youngsters to beat out on the old hands. Luke Lucchesi still in the pits. Yes, he is. He's still standing dead still. Where is Troy Dolenchik? That's the green circle that you see coming around. The blue number 1 that's just ahead of him is still standing dead still, and it's Francois Hubert that climbs into the car. Can Francois get out of the pits before Troy Dolenchik comes through? No, he cannot, because there you see on the left hand side of your screen was the Francois Hubert car. Let's just pick that one up again. There's a Francois Hubert. And, well, as soon as he gets that one going, he'll be out and on circuit. So, Jaco Foster now goes to the front end of the class. There's Jaco Foster. He's already gone past the exit of the pits. Francois Hubert on his way out of the pits. There comes Francois Hubert. Maybe we can pick that one up on a blimp shot. There you see, there's Francois Hubert. He's on his way, working his way out of the pits. And then let's see if we can pick up Jaco Foster. There's Jaco Foster over there. So that's quite a long way between Jaco Foster and Francois Hubert. Let's try and pick them up as they pass one another. There you go. There's the one. And that is the other. So that's a long, long way to try and catch up from there. Don't forget about Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell is doing pretty quick lap times of 144.510 was the last lap that Byron Mitchell did out there, and that makes him the 2nd fastest man out on sack. Only Troy Dolenchik, and you would expect Troy Dolenchik to be the fastest man out there. He is super duper with the Investchem Formula 1600 Extreme Festival 2022 behind his back, coming out as a Rookie of the Year. 250,000 rands worth of prize money in that Investchem Formula 1600 series, and this will be the 2nd year, his non-rookie year, that he's going to be out there, and I pretty much fancy him maybe being able to take the title with that one. And that's Troy Dolenchik that we were referring to. That's Troy Dolenchik that's out on circuit there now. That's the car that was originally campaigned by Jason Coetzee. Jason Coetzee doing triple stinting at the beginning for JT Motorsport. Jason and Troy being JT Motorsport, and that is what he has got to contend with right now. Let's have a look at the intervals between them, and Jaco Steyn finds himself 5 seconds further back from Troy Dolenchik, and then in the second of the two classes, Jaco Foster and Francois Joubert, that being the Masters, 27 seconds between the two of them. So for the folks that have just joined us, welcome. We're on lap 79 of the 6-hour 2023 round number 1 Enduro from the Daytona circuit, coming to you live from the Second Gear Production Studios. Trudolanchik leading out the race overall from Jaco Steyn, first and second in class, with Byron Mitchell in third. Then we've got Jaco Foster from Francois Joubert and Johan Engelbrecht. That's first, second, and third in their class. So joining us, Mike Side, for a quick wrap-up of what's happened to date, Luke Lucchese. Luke, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Well, it's been pretty interesting stuff. You got taken off in lap number 1, and a massive fight back from there. You've been at the front end of the field as well. For the folks that have missed out on portions of today's race, just take us through the first 2 hours 20 of this event from Daytona.
Look, there was quite a bit of action at the start of the race with Byron and Troy. I think it was Jason Kutsia that got together. And then going into turn 5, I got tapped on the rear. I normally brake early on the first couple of laps just to get the tyres where they need to be. And then that took us out. Not really much damage to the car, just a dented back bumper. So the pace was still there. And then I made a mistake through the bus stop, probably about 10 laps after that, and grazed the wall, so we had to pit for repairs. So at that stage we just carried on fueling till the finish, or till the next stop, and then did a tyre change, and yeah, just kept our head down and just try to do as fast laps as we could, just to try and recover. So we're a bit out of sync now with the pit stops, so we'll actually only know where we are by the end of the race.
Yeah, that's going to be quite interesting. Something you wouldn't have seen as we watched Francois, your teammate, out on circuit there at the moment. Now, just before you had that incident, Corne Breed, exactly the same. First, going through the bus stop chicane, taking the exact same amount of curb on the first left-hander, the right-hander, the right-hander, the left-hander, not touching the grass, but definitely a variation in the amount of grip on that fourth curbstone that you go over, and he also got turned towards the wall exactly the same as you. Do you think it was marginal that you were just a little bit too close to the grass? Because neither of you looked like you did anything different and didn't touch the grass at all. It appears as if the amount of grip from that curbstone, the fourth curbstone, is more than the first three.
Yeah, it's about how fast you go into the corner, and how soon you try and get on the gas. So if you go in too quick and then you get on the gas too quickly, then the rear starts sliding out. So you're actually out of shape before you even hit that curb. The curb just finishes you off, and then unsettles the car on the exit. But obviously, yeah, I mean, myself and Francois didn't really do much practice before this event because we were focusing on the GT3, which is happening on Wednesday, or I was, rather. So these are all things we had to figure out quite soon into the race. So I got the hang of it. I got it right. You'll notice the lap times were competitive, during the stint that I did without very few mistakes after that. So it's just about corner speeds. This is one of these tracks where if you go into a corner too fast, you actually lose a lot of time because you miss that first apex.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm off screen as we're watching your teammate out there at the moment now, Francois. You're off screen, and you probably wouldn't have been aware of it. It was Jason Kutsia that was doing a lovely job out there, and I think Jason Kutsia and Troy Dolenchik will definitely be of the quickest that there is available out there. But the other interesting thing that happened was Byron Mitchell, very much on the pace. Julian from the RS would have been his teammate, but it ended up being Umpi because of the fact that Julian had a long, hard day with a Mobile 1 V8s yesterday at Kyalami. And then we know, and you've actually tried to help him, connectivity problems there for the young man, and Umpi just disappeared from the screen. It took a while for Byron to get back into the seat and get them out there again. I know that Umpi has spent quite a bit of money trying to sort the problem out. What do you do in a situation like that where you've spent the money for the equipment and still it drops a signal every now and again?
Look, there's not much you can actually do on your side. All you can do is contact the service provider and get them to investigate. Because obviously it's not directly related to your equipment, even if you have backup power and all of that. Wherever the fiber comes from, if they go down, then you go down. Or there's a number of hops along the way to get to the iRacing server in Europe. If any one of those leaks fail, then you did in the water. So it's just one of those things, it's a very difficult problem to resolve.
Yeah, make no mistake. Well, luckily one that you're not battling with at this stage of the fight, and that's definitely going to make a big impact on how this one is going to play itself out, because Byron Mitchell now 51 seconds behind Francois Hubert, and your teammate is doing everything he possibly can at this stage of the fight. He's got Robbie Teens right in there behind him. So look, good luck for the rest of today. It's going to be a long afternoon, still 2 hours 24 into 6 hours. And, let's hope that you can do what you love doing. The older hands, Robbie Teens runs it wide and pulls it back together again. The older hands giving the young guns a good run for their money. You think you can beat them out today?
I don't know. Look, we'll just have to see how it goes. They're not really our main competition, so we're not focusing on them. We're just focusing on what we need to do to win the Masters. Due to the incident that I had in the beginning, we'll just have to see. It's very difficult to make predictions. There's still a lot of racing to happen, and a lot of things that can go wrong. So we just got to keep our head down and focus on ourselves.
Well, folks, there you go. The voice of Luc Lucchesi, national and international karting sensation. A man that is a guru in terms of the computer systems and helps out lots of people in iRacing, me included, to be able to get to the level that we are. So Luc Lucchesi and doing everything that he can. Got the right teammate out there in Francois Joubert. It's called the Special Weapon, otherwise known as Francois Joubert, and he finds himself 30 seconds off the back end of Jaco Forster. Now, Jaco Forster has just put up a 1 minute 44.4 as we stay on Francois Joubert. Let's just see what kind of lap time can he put up. 144.4 is what he needs to beat if he wants to close that gap down just a little bit. 144.4, and he comes up towards the line. I think it's going to be a little bit quicker. Beautiful looking motor car that. Oh, a 145.9. So Francois Joubert losing out there 1 second to Jaco Forster on that last lap. So Jaco Forster quite rightly doing a brilliant job out there. The JVW entry of Jaco Forster and Jan Spalmers that's leading out in their class. But don't forget about the people up at the front end of the field. Jason Garcia starting out, handing over to Troy Dolenchik, leading it out in total. And then Jaco Steyn just a little bit further back. Jaco Steyn with the iRSA green entry, his teammate being Ati Nagel that started this race. They find themselves in first and a second position in class. And then first in the Masters is that man, that's Jaco Forster. And then second in the Masters is that man over there, Francois Joubert. And just on 31 seconds between the two of them. Well, folks, we're back with you once again. iRacing South Africa, round number 1, 6-hour enduro race from the Daytona Racing Circuit. Come to you live from the second year production studio. Just having a look there at the pit strategy and the stint lengths as such. You can see that most of the people are running pretty similar initially. The biggest difference there being you can see the Dolenchik car right at the beginning. That car went into the pits at the end of lap number 1, and that was in the hands of Jason Kutsia. That put them slightly out of sync. You can also see that the Steyn car and the Foster car had a very short first stint before they had to go from there, and for that reason they got themselves completely out of sync with the rest of the people in terms of pit stops. But having said that, the lengths are pretty much the same that most of the people are running. You can see the Dolenchik car up front, starting off in P1 pole position with Jason Kutsia behind the steering wheel. Then the Steyn car, that is Jaco Steyn and Ate Nagel. They find themselves second overall, having started on the second row of the grid, moving up into second position and running virtually exactly the same stints as his best friend Jaco Foster. Jaco Foster going online today with the GVW team and teaming up with Jan Spammers, and they find themselves then leading out their class, that being the Masters class. Foster and Jan Spammers. Not that far behind them is the Joubert entry. Now that Joubert entry is in fact Francois Joubert, the teammate of Luc Lekizi, the man we just had an interview with a couple of seconds ago. And well, they've had their fair share of fun and happiness, and they find themselves now in that second position overall. There you can see the difference. Francois Joubert 35 seconds behind Jaco Foster and Johan Engelbrecht. There we go, Johan Engelbrecht into the pit lane. That Johan Engelbrecht car was originally campaigned by Willem Botha, the Gazoo Racing entry. Then it was handed over to Johan Engelbrecht. Now, will Johan Engelbrecht do a double stint? I think we're going to probably stay with that car, and let's see what happens there. Johan Engelbrecht probably going to be doing a double stint. He's into the pit lane. They are one lap down from Jaco Foster and Francois Joubert on the same lap as Willem Pina. And in fact, there's Willem Pina coming through now. You'll see the blue number 4 that's working its way towards the start-finish line. There's Corne Bredt. He's 4th in class, and he's into the pit lane as well. There he comes in. There you can see the man that is already in, Willem Pina and Corne Bredt. Looks like Corne Bredt's climbing back into the motor car. Corne Bredt was the first man out with the Flying Gypsies Racing. And, well, it looks like, Byron Mitchell as well. Very interesting stuff that is. So, Johan Engelbrecht, as we expected, doing the double stint. Johan Engelbrecht with the Willem Botha Gazoo Racing entry. They are on their way back out of the pits on the pit exit. Raymond Duggan is still in there. The Flying Gypsies Racing, him and Corne Bredt. And it looks like the two of them are in fact going to be swapping positions as they work their way through. Jaco Foster coming through to finish yet another lap. Dolenchik 14.4 seconds ahead of Jaco Steyn, and they lead out overall. That's Raymond Duggan on his way out of the pits as we move across to Francois Joubert. And Francois Joubert is doing it all right at this stage of the fight, making sure that he's very competitive, is Francois Joubert. But he's got Byron Mitchell all over his back bumper. If we have a look at the overall, Francois Joubert and Byron Mitchell. That is for overall position, although they are in different classes. But we know that Byron Mitchell can be blindingly quick as they go down to turn number 1. There'll be the pits on the left-hand side. Here they go now down towards turn number 2, and Byron Mitchell very, very quick. Let's have a look at the last lap times that they were on. Byron Mitchell a 1:43.5, taking 1.7 seconds out of Francois Joubert in his fight back. But remember, Byron Mitchell finds himself a long, long way back if he's going to be able to make up the difference. Byron Mitchell, 55 seconds to the back of Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn and Ati Nagel, the iRSA green team entry in that second position. And to catch them is not going to be easy whatsoever. I know that Byron Mitchell is very quick. Beautiful looking paint scheme on the Francois Hubert car as we watch him working his way around. Let's have a look at the man up front. And that car was initially campaigned by Jason Kutsia, the JT Motorsport entry. Troy Dolenchik 14 seconds ahead from anybody and everything else out there at this stage of the fight. Troy Dolenchik ahead of Jaco Steyn. There's Jaco Steyn, pretty much in the same camera shot, and that is going into the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. That's just after the pit exit, and Jaco Steyn finds himself 54 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell. Now Byron Mitchell doing a 143.5, a 145 for Jaco Steyn, so that's 1.5 seconds. But with the size gap that there is, you're going to have to really do something amazing to try and make up that amount of space. Byron Mitchell on a 143.8, so that's still 1.2 seconds quicker. At 1.2 seconds quicker, you're still looking at 50 laps out there, which gives you around about an hour and a half. And yeah, you're going to be doing pit stops before you can get through there. So you're going to have to hope that something's going to happen in front of you for Byron Mitchell to Jaco Steyn to be able to make that one up. Raymond Duggan finds himself a little bit further back. Johan Engelbrecht just had a bit of an incident. Let's see what happened with Johan Engelbrecht. Just touching on the grass. And that was the Jason Kutsia Troy Dolenchik car that just came past. Johan Engelbrecht gets it all back together again, and that one is all sorted out. Johan Engelbrecht did have a bit of an incident earlier on, and this is what happened with the Toyota Gazoo entry. Just a little bit too loud on the brakes and spins it around pretty heavily. And as fate would have it, let's point in the one direction that you don't want to be, pointing towards the barrier. It just takes so much longer to get it all going again, and can't go too far back. Doesn't want to get too close to the circuit and affect anybody else's race. The thorough gentleman being Johan Engelbrecht, and he gets the Toyota Gazoo entry going once again. Into the pits is Ati Nagel. Ati Nagel is second in class, and you'll probably find that that's going to be a swap, Ati Nagel and Jaco Steyn. So it looks like Ati Nagel's just got into the car now, with Jaco Steyn getting out. So we'll try and get an interview just now with Jaco Steyn once he's a bit of a chance to take a breath. And let's see how this one's going to pan out. 3.6 kilometers is the gap between himself and Byron Mitchell. We're 2 hours 44. And that into the 6 hours of this race, brought to you by Second Year Productions from Velgeligen down in Cape Town. My name's Gary Fleming. I'm going to be with you for the rest of the afternoon and bringing you updates on a regular basis as to how this one's going to play itself out. Into the pit lane goes Troy Dolenchik. Right, folks, we're back live with you once again, and we're coming to you from the Daytona circuit, the first of the 6-hour enduro races under the auspices of iRacing South Africa, and from my side, the Second Gear Production Studios down here in Cape Town. It's been an awesome race so far. For those of you that have not been watching, you've actually missed out on some pretty good stuff as we go on board there with Troy Dolenchik. That's the car that was campaigned initially by Jason Kutsia that was involved with a first lap incident, and they're still leading out by 29 seconds right now from Atinagel. But one of the people that has been doing quite a lot of racing today and now finds himself a little bit more relaxed, the iRSA green entry of Jaco Steyn and Atinagel. Let's just get Atinagel up on screen. He's lying second overall in class, and his teammate Jaco Steyn online with us. Jaco, good day to you.
How's it going? How are you?
Ah, fantastic. I tell you what, only 8 cars are out there, but it's been amazing stuff. Jaco, you actually led this race for quite a period of time. For the folks that missed out on the start, there was an incident where there was 2 of the elite class that were up front. They touched and took one another out. Then the next 2 of the masters touched one another and they were taken out. And Jaco, toe is die pad voor jou 100% oop. Toe is jy eerste en daar het jy gebly vir 'n redelike lang tydjie.
Yes, I was a bit sandwiched between the 2 incidences. So I had Byron Mitchell and I think Jason could see in front of me, and then they had a bit of a touch on turn 1, and then I think at turn 5, unfortunately, Jaco Forster and Luke Lucchesi had an incident. So yeah, then the path was open. I had like, I think, a 10-second gap or 6-second gap between me and Corné Breed, and I just kept my head down and just tried to maintain that gap. And yeah, it was hair raising for me to be in front. So yeah, but luckily I kept my head down and had a good stint on the first stint.
It was a very good stint. Corné Breed after the bus stop on the curbstone and sticking it nose first into the wall just after that, and then we also had Luke Lucchesi also coming through the bus stop, taking the same amount of curb on number 1, number 2, number 3, and as you go back out onto the banked circuit, it then gets a little bit too much grip on the left hand side as you go over that rumblestone. And according to what Luke Lucchesi said to us, the reason why, I said to him, it looks like there's more grip on that 4th curbstone. He says, no, it's a case of, yes, there is a little bit more grip, but if you get on the gas too quickly, then you've got more grip on the left rear as opposed to the right rear, and that's what threw him into the wall. So we've seen those 2 incidents there. And then for those of you that missed it, with Jason Kutsia having that first lap incident, working his way back to the front end of the field, and then Troy Dolenchik taking over. Troy Dolenchik now leading out as a whole. Umpie Swart was the man that did not start this race. He was in the pits and taking it easy while Byron Mitchell did the necessaries. Umpie then went out on circuit and he had connectivity problems, and that then caused the car to go back to the pits. His teammate then took over and he is now back in behind the steering wheel. So let's hope for his sake for Umpie Swart, who's lying 3rd overall in class, and that in 5th position overall, that will be quite fine for him. At this stage of the fight, Jaco, looks like everybody in general, apart from incidents, is on a very similar tyre and fuel strategy.
Yes, at this stage we're just trying to get as much laps in as possible with the fuel, and also trying to maintain the gaps between each other. So, but it's not easy. The new tire model doesn't make it easy to keep that or maintain that gap. But yeah, it's quite interesting racing going on. It's the first 6 hours of the season, and yeah, with the new tire model, it's quite exciting.
Well, we've just gone past the 3-hour mark, 3 hours and 20 seconds that has gone by. Yaku, looking at this series going forward, this is something which is very popular with a lot of the guys, with everybody's interest in the GT3s, which will be coming up on Wednesday, will be round number 2, and then the following week, the Porsche Cup. Are you seeing a growth in this, the Endurance Series going forward for the other 8 rounds for 2023?
No, I certainly hope so. I mean, there's prize money, and I mean, the guys, it's as long as there's prize money, that it's supposed to pull the people, and it's very exciting racing, and we all do it for fun at the end. So the people must come and join us, man.
Lots of fun, but lots of pressure as well. There's no doubt about it. It don't happen that easy. So, folks, that's the voice there of Jaco Steyn. We're busy watching his teammate out there at the moment now, that being Atti Nagel. Atti Nagel in the iRSA green entry. They second overall in class is Atti Nagel. But the team that they've got to catch is very, very quick out there. It's Troy Dolenchik. There's 34 seconds between Atti Nagel and Troy Dolenchik. And on the last lap, for instance, there was 2.3 seconds difference between them. So even with a pit stop, it would be very difficult. If you had a pit stop in hand, it would be very difficult to make that one up. And then don't forget about Umpi Swart. Look at Umpi, 1 minute 44.7. Atti Nagel just doing a 145.527. Let's have a look at Umpi as he works his way around. Here he comes around now, a 145.5. He's got to go quicker than that if he wants to take away of that 56-second deficit that he has to Atti Nagel. Let's see what he can put together. And he does a 44.8. So, well, that's 7/10 of a second. That's going to take a long time to be able to make up the difference there. But I would say at this stage of the fight, it's pretty much open season. Further down, Francois Joubert leads out in the Masters, a 143.640 being done the fastest lap time, and that in fact was done by Luc Lequesi as such. His teammate, Francois Joubert's teammate in the Pantera Racing entry, they leading out from Jan Spammers, who finds himself second in class and third overall. There's Jan Spammers, and he's doing 45.3, so 4/10 of a second the difference there between the two of them, himself and Jan Spammers. Then Johan Engelbrecht finds himself quite a little bit further back. There's Johan Engelbrecht, and if we look at the overall, let's see if we can pick that one up for you in the race overall, and we look at the gaps between them. There you can see Johan Engelbrecht 1 lap down from the leaders, but Robbie Teens and his teammates have had slightly more problems than that, and Robbie Teens, the teammate of Willem Pina in the team's Bolt entry, they find themselves presently 2 laps down, and they consistently doing around about the 1 minute 46s at this stage of the fight. Right, folks, we're back with you again from the second year studios down here in Velgelegen in Cape Town. My name is Gary Fleming, and we're bringing you all the action. Let's look at the overall race to date as we come to you from the Daytona circuit down at ground level. It's been actually amazing stuff so far. I don't think we could have asked for better. It's Troy Dolenchik that's leading out. Troy Dolenchik, Jason Kutsia in the JT Motorsport entry, and they lead their class. Then also leading their class just behind that is Jan Spammers. Jan Spammers with the very good teammate in the hands of Jaco Foster. That's the JVW entry. The two of them first and second on track, and then also leading their classes. Next up is Atti Nagel. Atti Nagel finds himself in a very decent drive with the iRSA green entry, teammate of Jaco Steyn, the man that we just had an interview with a couple of minutes ago, and he finds himself 44 seconds further back than the top end of the class. Umpi Swart, the man that had connectivity problems earlier on, he finds himself 1 minute further back, but going slightly quicker at this stage of the fight than the Atti Nagel entry. That is the Durant Motorsport entry that's out there right now. Umpi Swart and Byron Mitchell, in the absence of Julian Familiares. The three of them working together for this year. Byron Mitchell, Julian Familiares, and then Umpi Swart. And Julian, having had a long, hard day down at Kailami yesterday with a 9-hour, he said, okay, Umpi, you take this one. I'll come in on the next one. Look, he's second in class. The Pantera Racing entry joining up with Francois Joubert, and they find themselves in second position in class, and not that far back, still within fighting distance, 44.852. So just a little bit quicker than Umpi Swart on the last one. In fact, the second fastest out there on circuit, apart from Troy Dolenchik right now on the present laps. Then Raymond Duggan, he finds himself in fourth position in class. They 1 lap down is Raymond Duggan, and Raymond Duggan is in a team there with Corne Breert, the Flying Gypsies Racing, and they find themselves, as I said, just 1 lap down. 44.6 by Troy Dolenchik as he completes yet another lap. A little bit further back in the Masters, third overall in class, that is Johan Engelbrecht. Johan Engelbrecht linked up with Willem Botha in the Gazoo Racing team. There you see the Gazoo colors as he goes down in towards turn number 1. They 1 lap further down, but still circulating pretty quickly. Most of the guys in the 145s most of the time. And then just behind that, the Bolt man, Robbie Teens, otherwise known as the Comeback Kid. And he finds himself 1 lap down. They circulating just a little bit slower, but still very consistent and not completely out of it whatsoever. So looking at the classes at this stage of the fight, there we go. Troy Dolenchik from Atti Nagel, from Umpi Swart, and then Raymond Duggan. The times that you see a long time there is the last lap time that we did. Let's have a look at the gains and losses. So having started up front, Troy Dolenchik and his teammate doing it all right. Him and Jason Kutsia from JT Motorsport starting in pole position and managing to, having dropped back after a first lap incident, getting back to the front end of the field and doing a brilliant job. Troy Dolenchik just having completed his rookie year in Investchem Formula 1600s and will be doing the full Extreme Festival 2023, apart from all his karting commitments, apart from all his iRacing commitments as well. And remember, Troy Dolenchik, one of the top contestants in the GT3 MSA iRSA 2023 series as well. So he's looking pretty good with a decent gap there from the man who's second in class, who is Atti Nagel. Atti Nagel, the success story of 2022 alongside Jaco Steyn in the iRSA green. And then Umpi Swart, for those of you that missed out earlier on, Umpi Swart did not start the race. It was Byron Mitchell that started, did a brilliant job, handed over to Umpi Swart. Umpi had connectivity problems. Byron jumped back in the car. That dropped them right to the tail end of the field. At that stage of the fight, they weren't that far apart. So he managed to catch up and get them back into a decent position. But Ati Nagel is doing a brilliant job, because Ati Nagel is actually staying equidistant now ahead of Umpi Swart. It was a minute just now. It's now a minute and 1 second. So nothing much different in that. And then Raymond Duggan that finds himself 1 lap adrift. Raymond Duggan and his teammate is Corne Breert in the Flying Gypsies Racing. They find themselves 1 lap down and 4th overall. But then let's have a look at those pit stops and see exactly how many pit stops has been done and by who. There you can see Raymond Duggan being on 3 stops. Now the Troy Dolenchik car has got an extra stop because of the fact that Jason Kutsia was involved with that incident right at the beginning. Umpi Swart's car has got an extra stop because of the fact that he was only a couple of laps into his first stint and the computer disconnected, and unfortunately that then made the car bounce straight back to the pits. So that is why that one plays out like that. Luke Lucchese, that's a 2nd overall in his class, 30 seconds off Jens Palmer's, also has 4 stops, and that's because of the fact that Luke had an incident. He had to go back to the pits, did a quick pit stop, and got back out again, and that is why he has that 4th stop, as well as Johan Engelbrecht that got tagged and ended up having to go to the pits using one of an unlimited number of quick repairs, but still going back to the pits and then getting in and out of the pit lane does take extra time, and hence the fact that they are where they are. Looking at the last lap times, there was not in fact much difference there between Johan Engelbrecht and Robbie Teens, just 0.4 of a second that Robbie Teens was closer to the fastest lap than was Johan Engelbrecht. Nothing much in it between the two of them whatsoever. Let's have a look at the pit strategies as such. There you can see everybody. We see Dolenchik, the short little one at the beginning, and then carrying on from there, and then it's evened out between Dolenchik, Sparmers and Nagel. Nothing much between that. That short blue section that you see after 30 laps, because that's 30 laps, then a short version, then 30 and 30 once again. That seems to be the target zone in terms of tires and fuel. So that was the short pit stop that had to come in because of the fact that Umpi Swart had gone off, and that meant that his teammate had to come back into play, Byron Mitchell, and that has now taken him out of sync. So he's pretty much halfway, is Umpi Swart in 3rd position to his next stop. He's done 14 laps so far. They're 1 position down. They started 2nd in class and they now find themselves 3rd in class as such. So pretty interesting stuff all the way through. 8 entries that's out there today. 4 of them in the elite class, 4 in the masters class, and a big thanks to Jaco Steyn and Jaco Foster that have done all the work in the background to make this one possible. Don't forget about the guys that's bringing up the tail end of the field. It's Robbie Teens, the Bolt man, that brings up the tail end. Robbie Teens and Willem Pina in the Teens Bolt entry. One of only 2 BMWs that's out there. Everybody else deciding that although the Porsche is not an easy car to drive, it is appears to be marginally quicker, and it has played out like that, as Raymond Duggan is in that 4th position and Robbie Teens in the sister BMW also in that 4th position. So that just shows you that most of the guys making supposedly the right choice to go for the Porsches when they had to decide which car are they actually going to go for this one. 3 hours 21 of the 6 hours that's gone down. The first of the 6-hour Enduro races for 2023. Jaco Foster putting it all together, ably assisted by Jaco Steyn that heads up iRSA South Africa for 2023. And keep in mind that Wednesday night we'll be coming to you with round number 2 of the GT3 iRSA MSA affiliated series. 60,000 rands worth of prize money that's up for grabs with that one. So the guys getting their eye in with this 6-hour race today, and then it'll be back to practicing for the GT3 series. We had in 2022 the GTE, but the GT3 internationally becoming the choice of car, and the iRacing guys deciding to do the exact same thing and move across to the GT3, and it's proved to be very interesting. Queries that have come through regarding what's happening with touring cars. Yes, there will be touring cars, but that will be later on in 2023. The whole program is very, very busy with the 6 hour, with the Sports and GT Masters, with the Pro-Am series of the Porsche Cup, and then the National Series of the GT3, which is sanctioned by Motorsport South Africa with that prize money on it. Hence, no touring cars at the moment, but plans are ahead for putting some of that together in 2023 as well. Doing a little bit of homework while we were off air. There you can see the Engelbrecht car, Johan Engelbrecht, the Gazoo Motorsports South Africa entry. And there you can see from lap number 8 to lap number 113. In fact, on 116 laps, 3 hours, 25 minutes into this. And there you can see how the graph has grown from 8.6 up to 11.6. And that in the space of 5 laps. It just gives you a bit of a summary as to how it's played out in the last 5 laps. Looking at the two class leaders, the elites being Troy Dolenchik from lap 10 to 115 was a 42.3 second gap. That has opened up now to a 46 second gap between the two of them. And then let's do a similar between Atinagel and Umpi Swart. There you can see it was 14 seconds on lap 110. That on lap 115 has come down now to just about 9.7 seconds. So you can see that Umpi Swart is definitely closing on a regular basis, lap for lap, closing up onto the back end there of Atinagel. Looking at the battle there between Nagel and Swart. Atti Nagel second in class and Umpi Swart third in class. You can see from lap 14 through to lap number 18, Umpi Swart on every single lap is just a little bit quicker from 115 to 119. You can see 9 tenths of a second, 8 tenths of a second, 3 tenths, then 5 tenths, and now just 2 tenths. So Nagel starting to turn the pace up just a little bit, just to slow down the rot at this stage of the fight. But Atti Nagel consistently staying more than a minute ahead of Umpi Swart. So Umpi Swart not really capable of closing it down that quickly at this stage of the fight. Let's have a look at Troy Dolenchik up on the front end of the field now. If you take Dolenchik leading his class, Spummers leading his class, Spummers is losing out to Dolenchik. Dolenchik is notably quicker, taking anything between 4 tenths and 1.1 seconds a lap out of that without too much problem. If you look at Jan Spummers going backwards towards Atti Nagel, pretty much a bit of a seesaw between the two of them. Some laps Spummers slightly quicker, some laps it's Nagel that's slightly quicker. Remember, that's two different classes that we're looking at. We're looking at first in the Masters as opposed to second in the Elite, but they are second and third out there on circuit as such. If we have a look at Atti Nagel looking back to Umpi Swart, you can see Umpi Swart is consistently over the last 5 laps quicker, anything between 2 tenths up to almost a second, as Corne Breed has gone into the pits. If we look at Umpi Swart, looking back at Luc Lucchesi, Swart is slightly quicker than Lucchesi, on average about 0.25 of a second quicker than what Lucchesi is. But as we say, Luc Lucchesi is probably just about the quickest of the Masters out there in general. Luc Lucchesi, looking back from him towards Corne Breed, he's getting slowly but surely away from Corne Breed, except for lap 117 where he was 17 thousandths that he was a little bit slower, but otherwise looking pretty decent. Corne Breed is on his way out of the pits, and he's been able to slowly but surely pull away from Robbie Teens. Robbie Teens finding himself a 1 lap back as he works his way out of the pits. So very interesting stuff that's happening all the way through. Let's go and have a look at those pit strategies. There you can see that's where the pit strategies are at this stage of the fight. So Dolenchik probably on present form. Let's get Dolenchik up on screen. There is Troy Dolenchik. That's in the Dolenchik Kutsia car, JT Racing, and he's working his way around lap number 28. So probably a lap and a half, 2 laps from now, they'll be coming into the pits. You'll probably find that Spammers is going to then be coming in just after him as well. Spammers has been trying to stretch it out. They've done 31 laps 3 times recurrently. They're now on 27, so they'll probably go another 4 laps before they're going to go into the pits. So you might find that they are just going to stretch it out just 1 lap at a time, 1 lap at a time. Is that enough over a 6 hour to be able to do 1 stop less? Well, we're going to find that out just a little bit later on. Spammers and Nagel both moving up 1 position, with Umpi Swart and his teammate moving down 1, but that not due to race space, that due to connectivity problems as such. Atti Nagel, he'll be pretty chuffed with himself at this stage of the fight. Second overall in class, and if you can just go a little bit quicker somehow or other, Atti Nagel will be able to get onto the back end of Jan Spammers. 6.7 seconds between the two of them, Atti Nagel and Jan Spammers. 2 different classes, first in the Masters and second in the Elites, but they are going for second and third positions overall out there on circuit, so that can go in any direction at this stage of the fight. Well, folks, we're back live with you again. Jason Kutsia, the man behind the steering wheel that's leading them out right now. Jason Kutsia, that started the race from pole position with the JT Motorsport entry. Jason Kutsia and Troy Dolanchik, they are the overall leaders in this race. Let's just have a look at the classes first of all before we go to the overall. So, Umpi Swart was 1 minute and 7 seconds when we last had a look. It was down to just on a minute, and now he's broken that 1 minute. So Yuri Swart starting to close down slowly but surely on the back end of Jason Kutsia. A minute further back is Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn is back out on circuit again. This is his second stint that he's doing right now, is Jaco Steyn. And he's actually done a very good job of it, I must say. At one stage of the fight, he was leading earlier on in the race, when other people ran into problems, knocked, bumped, and touched and scratched one another, and the waters opened up in front of him, and off he went, and he took the lead, and he held it for an extended period of time. He works his way past Robbie Teens and makes up that position as he goes past Teens. So it's Jason Kutsia That's right at the front end. Then behind that is Umpi Swart in class as such. Then we have Jaco Steyn, that is third in class. And then one lap further back is Corne Breert. So, all good and well. Let's have a look at the Masters. That is Luc Lucchesi. That's working his way. Where are we? That's going out onto the banked section of the circuit. That's coming out of the bus stop, going through turn 12 and then turn 13. The American style, they like to have turn 1, 2, 3 and 4 on an oval. So that in fact would be turn 3 and turn 4 if you were just standing on the oval as such. It's Luc Lucchesi that is leading out. He's got 42 seconds on Jaco Foster. Jaco Foster with Jan Spammers in the team JVW in that second position. They've now slowly but surely worked their way ahead of the other contestants in the Masters class as such, being Willem Botha. And Willem Botha teamed up with Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo Racing entry as he works his way through the bus stop, which has caught numerous people out already. Willem Botha finds himself 2 laps back from the leader, not 2 laps back from Jaco Foster, 2 laps back from the leader. And then also on the same lap with him is in fact Willem Pina. He's teamed up in Teens Bolt with Robbie Teens, the comeback kid, and they find themselves 4th in class. So let's have a look at the overall to date. How does this one play itself out? It's Jason Coetzee for the elites that leads out. Then we have Luc Lucchesi. Now, as you can see, that green number 1, that is Jason Coetzee on your track map. That's going out onto the banked circuit. Then the second one that's there, that green number 1, that is in fact Luc Lucchesi. So that's first in class and first in class as such. And that's the difference between them. So Luc Lucchesi, who said 2 years back when we got started, he says the youngsters are quick. Well, the boys, the older lads, need to show the youngsters that we can also do it. And those 2 number 1s, you can see the yellow and the red, the yellow and the green number 1. That is how far the seniors and juniors, if you want to refer to it, that are apart from one another after 131 laps, within 25% of a lap of one another for those 2 positions. And they have done 3 hours 53, 132 laps between them that they have actually done out there. So from Luc Lucchesi back to the next man in class, as Luc Lucchesi goes across the line. There, the green number 2 that you see on the top of your screen, that is pretty much a half a lap, or a little bit more than a half a lap between the 2 of them. That's Luc Lucchesi and Jaco Foster. They are second and third on track, first and second in class. And then the man that's second in class in the elites, that's Umpi Swart. There you see Umpi Swart, that's second in class. And he in fact is not that far behind Jaco Foster. The blue 2 and the green 2 coming down towards the start finish line, that is the 2 second places in the respective classes. Not that far behind them whatsoever is in fact then Jaco Steyn. There comes Jaco Steyn as he comes across the line. So you see the blue 2, the yellow 2 and the green 3. That's second in class, and then third in class, being Jaco Steyn, third behind Umpi Swart and Jason Coetzee, and then Luc Lucchesi behind Jaco Foster, being first and second overall in class. That's how it plays out. So if we go back to Jason Coetzee, let's have a bit of a shofty as how that one's playing itself out. Jason Coetzee and Luc Lucchesi. Luc Lucchesi is actually closing on Jason Coetzee on lap number 126. That was 13 seconds between them. On lap number 131, they now find themselves just 10 seconds apart. So the 2 class leaders in Coetzee and Lucchesi, that gap slowly but surely closing up. Between Luc Lucchesi and Jaco Foster, Lucchese is pulling away from Foster in the last 5 laps. He's taken just under 3.9 seconds, just under 4 seconds that he has taken out of Jaco Foster. Jaco Foster lying in second place in class. But now Umpi Swart is the next thing that is going to be happening here for this man, because at the end of the day there's nothing much between them whatsoever. Jaco Foster from Swart, and just look how that one has played itself out from 57 seconds back, and that obviously then includes a pit stop. That's where the difference comes in from there. Umpi Swart back to Jaco Steyn. Once again, you see the difference coming in there with a pit stop which has just happened, and that's where that difference comes in. Jaco Steyn from Corne Breed, and once again also with the pit stops playing in there, that is why you have that massive variation between them. So looking at the class battles at this stage of the fight, Jason Coetzee from Umpi Swart by 58 seconds, from Jaco Steyn by a minute, and then Corne Breed by a lap. That is the gaps. If we look at the intervals, 57 seconds, then 3 seconds, and then 1 minute 12. That is the difference between them. So the gaps actually gives you a bit of a better idea of exactly where we're at. Jason Coetzee running on a 1:45.288 on his last time around the island, and pretty much to within 100th of a second behind him is Umpi Swart. But don't forget about Luc Lucchese, because Luc Lucchese at this stage of the fight is doing some very quick lap times. In fact, Luc Lucchese was 0.8 of a second quicker than Jason Coetzee on the last lap, and that is why you have that situation where the gap between the two number ones is starting to get smaller. If you look at the track map on the right hand side, the yellow number one, that's the man that you see there on track now. There's Jason Coetzee. That is the green number one that's on his way onto the banked circuit, and then the man coming through behind him, there he comes. That's the green number one that you see there now. That's the two class leaders, each one in their own class, and the gap, nothing much between the two of them as they work their way around the track. Next time they get to the start finish line, actually be interesting to see how their times play out, because on a 1:45.288 as opposed to a 1:44.452, that means that Luc Lucchese is in fact closing up on the last lap by 0.8 of a second between the two of them. And well, that's a significant 0.8 of a second if you see how far they are apart from one another out there on circuit. So let's see Jason Coetzee as he comes up towards the line. There in the background you see Luc Lucchese. Jason Coetzee goes through and he does a 1:45.252. What does Luc Lucchese do? Probably in the 44s. 1:44.5, so 0.7 of a second. Luc Lucchese is now starting to take that gap and starting to crunch it. Can he see the man that is chasing in front of him? Let's see when they get out onto a longer section of the circuit. Can he take the Pantera entry to the front end of the field? Yep, just going around the corner up front. That was the man that is chasing, Jason Coetzee. That must be very tantalizing to know that this multiple South African champion young lad is just ahead of him, and he can actually see him as within a visual. He'll pick him up now as they go out onto the banked circuit. Let's have a look from a blimp view. There you see, there's the one, and where is Jason Coetzee? There is Jason Coetzee there, so a bit difficult to try and judge it from that one. There comes Jason, and there comes Luc Lucchese. That's the difference between the two of them right now, and that after a couple of seconds short of 4 hours that they have been out on circuit. The onboard view there from Luc Lucchese with the visor getting in the way. There, just that little dot that you can see up front That is Jason Kutsia. That's the man that is chasing, and he down into the pit lane he goes. Luke Lucchese into the pits. Let's just see what it feels like when you've got to cruise along in second gear. Oh, must feel like a world of hurt when you've got to go so slow for so long. Slows it all down, drops it into the pit lane, and let's see what this one feels like. Sitting, watching, and waiting on board with Luke Lucchese, the man that's leading the Masters, and coming past him is probably going to be the next man coming through is going to be Willem Botha. You'll see him on the right hand side. Yep, there goes Willem Botha up on the jacks. The car goes. Luke Lucchese still behind the steering wheel of the Team Pantera Racing entry. The gap's starting to close pretty quick. Here comes Jaco Forster. Here comes Jaco Forster. Keep an eye on the right hand side of the screen, and Jaco Forster goes through. He takes over the lead of this race. Oh, Jaco Forster from Luke Lucchese. So Luke on his way out of the pits. And there you can see the difference between the two of them. There goes Luke Lucchese. We'll pick up Jaco Forster. There's Jaco Forster. That was on his way. We'll pick them up once again when they are on a piece of the circuit where we can pan across. So that being Jaco Forster, and there comes Luke Lucchese. That's what 14 seconds looks like when you're out there on circuit. Nothing much between the two of them at this stage of the fight. If we have a look then at the pit stops that they have just done, Jaco Forster on 4, Luke Lucchese on 5, but remember that was for the accident damage. When was the last lap that they were actually into the pits? Jaco Forster on 124, 135. So they literally a half of a pit stop between one another, because they're doing roughly 30 laps, anything between 29, 30 to 31 on a tank, with Luke Lucchese just having come in now, and there being 10 laps between it. It's going to be a while before Jaco Forster's got to go back into the pits. Should the gap remain the same between Luke Lucchese and Jaco Forster, Luke Lucchese will then jump Jaco Forster and go to the front end of the field. Playing that one out going forwards, we're 4 hours into the 6 hours so far. Playing that one forward, it then goes down to who's got to do a pit stop and who doesn't. And that will then determine at this stage the fight between Jaco Forster and Luke Lucchese. Luke Lucchese and Francois Joubert representing the Pantera Racing, and then Jaco Forster and Jan Spalmers, the JVW team out there. So having a look at the top end of the field, it's still Jason Kutsia that's leading out pretty decently, and behind Jason Kutsia is in fact Jaco Forster, and that is the number ones that you see, and there's now a reasonable difference between them. It's a bigger gap between the two number ones that you see now than what there's been for a long time. But once again, Jason Kutsia in on lap 123, Jaco Forster in on lap 124. But no doubt that Jason Kutsia is now starting to slowly but surely pull away and make it that the elite class has now got a reasonable gap between themselves and the leaders of the Masters out there on circuit. 4 hours and 4 minutes into the 6 hours of the first event for 6 hour enduro racing, brought to you under the auspices of iRSA in conjunction with Jaco Forster and Jaco Steyn, and brought to you by Second Gear Productions. Quite an enthralling battle going on here. We're riding on board with Umpi Swart as he comes up behind Jaco Foster. Right now we've got an elite from a Masters, from an elite, from an elite, from a Masters, and it is now all about that battle for second position. Jaco Foster not being able to close the gap on a Jason Kutsia, and slowly but surely being closed down by second place in the elites, which is Umpi Swart. Umpi Swart has just been into the pits not that long ago. In fact, just 4 laps difference between the pit strategy of Jaco Foster and Umpi Swart at this stage of the fight. So the battle that you are riding on board with now, Umpi Swart on the back of Jaco Foster, that is for second and third overall in the race. And looking at the distance between them now, I think that slipstream might just be the one that's going to take Umpi Swart ahead of Jaco Foster. Slowly but surely that gap now down to 3/10 of a second. Is he going to have the drive this time around? I don't think he's going to make it. Is Foster going to close that line off? Surely he will close off that inside line from Umpi Swart. Nope, he's not prepared to fight for it. He knows he's leading out on the class. He doesn't want to take the chance of blowing it from there. The class victory is actually the one that you're looking for. Just look at how smooth that young man is. Umpini Motors, Umpi Swart, SA Polo Cup racer of note, GTI Challenge racer of note, Carter of note, iRSA of note, you name it, he's done it all. And Umpi Swart now moves up into that second position. The man that is just passed in there behind him is Jaco Foster. Jaco Foster leading out in the Masters class. Jaco Foster and Jan Spalmers in the JVW team. I think that Foster's going to try everything he possibly can to try and stay in the slipstream. For all, when you get out onto the banked circuit, you can hold on pretty neatly if it's possible. Jaco Foster did not try too hard to try and keep Umpi behind him. I think rather than get into a battle and end up losing out, he would rather try and stick there with him. Well, you can see there 0.7, 0.2, 0.21, 0.20, 0.19. So if you are that close, you can then use that slipstream to stay there. What he needs to do is lap for lap stay close enough through the tight sections to be able to make use of that slipstream when they get out onto the main section of the circuit. That will be the key for him to stay ahead of the likes of Lucchese. So a little bit of theories going down here in the second gear production studio. Is Umpi Swart and Jaco Forster maybe working together to try and close up onto the back end of Jason Kutsia? We saw Umpi coming up onto the back end of Jaco Forster. Jaco opened up. He couldn't make it through. Jaco opened up a second time, and that's when Umpi went through. And then we went off air and we were sitting discussing here in the production studio, are they maybe working together? Because Jaco Forster is not making any effort to get past Umpi. He's literally sitting as close as he possibly can and trying to create a situation where he can maybe follow through with Umpi Swart to go and fetch Jaco Forster. It's a reasonable possibility that the two of them are trying to work together to get into that situation. But having said that, it's a 1 minute 45.63 for Jason Kutsia. It's a 1:45.4 for both Umpi Swart and Jaco Forster at this stage of the fight. So are they closing in quick enough? No, not with a 58-second gap. ...145 laps in 4 hours 17 of the 6-hour endurance race. The first race of 9 for 2023 coming from the Daytona circuit and done from the second gear production studios. So, the theories are running backwards and forwards. Umpi Swart gets onto the back of Jaco Forster. Umpi Swart second in class, Jaco Forster leading class. Jaco Forster moves out the way, Umpi can't make it through. Second time, moves out the way, Umpi goes through. Alright, so far so good. Umpi Swart got the hammer down, open space in front of him. He's going to try and make up the gap to the back end of Jason Kutsia. Jason Kutsia linked up with Troy Dolenchik in the JT Motorsport team. What does Jaco Forster do? Leading out the class ahead of Luc Lucchesi. Well, a pretty decent gap from Luc Lucchesi due to incidents earlier on in the race. Jaco Forster not doing anything whatsoever to hamper Umpi Swart. In fact, he's using Umpi Swart to up his pace slightly so that he can get in there and be right where he needs to be, because if he can tailgate, Jaco Forster can tailgate Umpi Swart, you then have a situation where he gets slightly quicker than what he was before. He uses the pace of Umpi Swart to get there. A 1:44.981 by Jason Kutsia so far, and let's see what these guys can do. A 1:44.9, a 1:45 0.002. So working together, only 0.006 of a second between Umpi Swart and Jaco Forster, but not quick enough to close up onto the back end of Jason Coetzee. So in the short period of time that we were off air, it was Jaco Forster that had a bit of an incident, and he was all over the back end there of Umpi Swart. In fact, just a little bit too close to Umpi Swart, and he backed out of it to make sure they don't make contact. And the man that was leading the Masters class had that incident, which actually cost him pretty dearly, because the next thing that happened was that Jaco Steyn, his best mate that was right in there behind him, works his way right around the outside, gets it up onto the track, and bang, to the front end of the field he goes. So that is quite a turn up for the books. Although the two Jacos, best buds, are in two different classes, it all goes about, you know what it's like, that boy thing when you're out there on circuit. You want to be at the front end, no doubt about it, and he makes it back into where he needs to be. So Jaco Steyn now finds himself in third position overall, that ahead of Jaco Forster, so that makes him third in class. If we look at the classes overall, it's going to give us a much better indication of exactly where we're at. First out on circuit is in fact Jason Coetzee. He is being closed down by Umpi Swart. Remember, we said it was 1 minute and 7 seconds. Then we said it was down to 59. It's now down to 58. But with 148 laps done, 4 hours 22 into the 6 hours of the Daytona Road Circuit, that's not enough to be able to catch up to the back end of Jason Coetzee. Remember, Jason Coetzee in the JT Motorsport team linked up with Troy Dolenchik, who is blinding the quick out there. In fact, Troy Dolenchik, I think, is the man that's got the fastest lap. The 143.206 is in fact done by Troy Dolenchik, so Jason can hand over to the equivalent and even maybe better in terms of overall lap pace, although Jason Coetzee has done an excellent job up until now. So Jason Coetzee from Umpi Swart, there's Umpi Swart, he is 58.5 seconds further back. Then 1 minute further back from there comes Jaco Steyn, the man that's just gone up into third position overall. And then further down behind that, Corne Breet, that finds himself 1 lap down. Looking at the Masters, it's now Jaco Forster that's gone to the front end of the field in terms of the Masters group. And you'll see he is the number 1. That you see the green number 1 on the top end of your screen, Then in a second position, there is the green number 2. That's how far they are behind one another in terms of track distance as such. Let's have a look from the blimp and see what that one actually looks like. There you see Luke Lucchesi. Where is Jaco Foster? There's Jaco Foster there. So that visually, Jaco Foster leading out the class as opposed to second in class, that being Luke Lucchesi. They in turn have done a brilliant job to get away from the rest of the guys in their class. There is Willem Botha. Willem Botha being the a man that's on board right now, as opposed to Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo racing team, and then Willem Pina, the next man in just behind that, and he finds himself one lap further back. Out on track with Jason Kutsia, 4 hours 28, just over an hour and a half still to go. 152 laps being done by that man you see on track there, Jason Kutsia. His teammate Troy Dolanchik, the JT Motorsport entry, they lead out overall and doing a brilliant job, I must say, is Jason Kutsia. He's done a lot of driving today. I would almost say he's done most of the driving today. A 44.623, the last lap that he did out there. The man that's trying to chase him down as best as he possibly can, he finds himself 1 minute further back. That is Umpi Swart. And he is second on circuit and second overall in class. Umpi Swart having had a bit of an incident earlier on, where Umpi Swart took over the reins from his teammate Byron Mitchell, and he had connectivity problems, dropped him right to the back of the field, and then slowly but surely worked their way back up towards that second position as such. Then the next man coming through there, Jaco Steyn, Mr. iRSA, doing all the necessary homework in the background and doing a lovely job of it. He finds himself 1 minute and 5 seconds back from Umpi Swart, and still on the lead lap as such. So picking up the Masters, Jaco Forster, the man that actually heads up the 6-hour Enduro Series for 2023. He's leading out there from Luc Lucchesi. Problem for him is that Luc Lucchesi is closing down very, very quickly. Let's have a look at the last laps that they did out there. A 45.8 and a 45.3, so a half a second that Luc Lucchesi has taken out. If we have a blimp look at that, there you can see the difference between them. That is Luc Lucchesi, and there is the man that is chasing down Jaco Forster. Looking back to Luc Lucchesi, that is what it looks like. 6 seconds is the difference between the two of them. Then the next man coming through is Raymond Duggan. They are in the 4th position in the lead class. There's Raymond Duggan in behind Willem Botha. Two different classes between Raymond Duggan and Willem Botha. And they're coming out now onto the banked section of the oval. Third in class, Willem Botha, holding out still as best he can there with the Gazoo Racing 301 South African entry. 2 laps down, but on the same lap as him is there Willem Pinaar. That's also on the same lap, and he's doing 1:45.5, so pretty quick out there is Willem Pinaar, trying to make out a bit of what they lost out on earlier on in the day. Let's just have another look at that Jaco Forster incident. Jaco Forster was going exceptionally well, and he was sitting on the back end of Umpi Swart, having opened up for Umpi, trying to tail Umpi and hoping Umpi was going to take him all the way up to Jason Kutsia. Had to back out of the gas at the wrong time. Unfortunately, that caused him to turn it all around as Jason Kutsia comes into the pits. Jason Kutsia is in the pits now. What is the gap between himself and Umpi Swart? That's probably quite a big distance. There you see the green number 1. And let's see, where is the number 2? There he comes, going into the bus stop. And that's a long way back to try and make up, to get all the way around that banked circuit, past the start-finish line before Jason Kutsia can get out of the pits. I think they might be actually quite close to one another by the time we get to that position. The number 1 car is still standing there. There's Jason Kutsia standing in the pits. Umpi Swart is going to be coming along in a not too distant future. We'll watch on there. You see on the circuit on the left hand side, there comes Umpi Swart. Jason pulls away, and where is Umpi Swart? He will come around on the outside line now. There he comes. One is in a speed limiter as you come out of the pits, and going to the front goes Umpi Swart, and he takes over the lead from Jason Kutsia, Jaco Steyn and Raymond Duggan in their class. Coming to you live with Second Gear Productions from the Daytona car circuit, the car version of the Daytona circuit. You can see in the backdrop there the banked section, and this is the inner section of the circuit. We're on board with Jason Kutsia after 4 hours 47, 162 laps around the circuit. Jason Kutsia partnering up with Troy Dolenchik in the JT Motorsport team are doing a lovely job of it. They're doing it all right for a long time after one small glitch at the beginning of the race, and that cost them pretty dearly, but they managed to work their way back to the front end of the field. Also leading their class, this being the Masters class, that's Luke Lucchese, also having had a bit of an incident earlier on, but slowly but surely hammering their way out towards the front end of the field and doing a lovely job of it. Umpi Swart, not that far further back. There's Umpi Swart. He finds himself third on circuit and second in class to Jason Kutsia. Umpi Swart joining up with Byron Mitchell in the one of the two Durant Motorsport entries. We normally have two entries from Durant Motorsport, only one of them out this time, but for this year, Byron Mitchell, Julian from the RS, and Umpi Swart deciding they will make that connection between the three of them. They can all get to their normal racing requirements on main circuit and everywhere else during the course of the year, and then still take part and be in line for some prize money if all goes well at the end of the 9 races, the 9 6-hour races under the auspices of iRSA, and brought to you by Second Gear Productions. Jan Spalmers second in class, 4th overall, and Jan Spalmers has done a brilliant job teaming up with Jaco Foster in the JVW team. They've just a minute further back from Umpi, and a little bit further back than that from Luke Lucchese. But in general, to try and go one-on-one with Luke Lucchese and Francois Joubert in the Pantera Racing team, you're always going to be on a hell of an uphill climb. So I think Jan Spalmers and Jaco Foster can be pretty proud of what they've managed to put together so far. Next man in there is Ati Nagel. He's 5th on circuit and 3rd overall in class. Finds himself 1 minute 15 seconds further back, but if you take it that a lap is 1:45, that means you're less than a lap down after 163 laps around this Daytona inner circuit. That is within comma 0.00000 something of a second per lap to end up where they are. So I think Atinagel has done a brilliant job. Raymond Duggan, the success story of 2022, in that 4th position is Raymond Duggan. And, well, they're a little bit further back than what they would like to be. They've had their fair share of interesting stuff, as Willem Botha has just had a bit of an incident. Let's see what happened to Willem. Oh, a high-speed slide, flattening those tires as he went out. Now, that's the exact same spot where we saw more than one incident happening there. The last one that we saw there was, in fact, when Jan Spalmers was sitting in behind Umpi Swart, and he had that spin in that exact same position, and that's what dropped him down to second and allowed Luke Lucchese up into the front end of the field. So looking at the classes at this stage of the fight, we've got Jason Kutsia, who is teamed up with Troy Dolenchik, representing JT Motorsport. We've got Umpi Swart and Byron Mitchell representing Durant Motorsport. Then we have Ati Nagel joined up there with Jaco Steyn representing iRSA Green. And then we've got Raymond Duggan alongside Corne Breed for the Flying Gypsies Racing. And then in the Masters, we've got the Pantera Racing, Luke Lucchese joined up there with Francois Joubert. We've got Jan Spalmers linked up with Jaco Foster in the JVW team. We've got Willem Botha linked up with Johan Engelbrecht for the Gazoo Racing. And then Robbie Teens and Willem Pina in the Teens Bolt Racing team. 164 laps, 4 hours 51, and not too long from now we'll be going into the final hour of this, the very first round of the 6-hour endurance races for iRacing South Africa, brought to you by Second Gear Productions. So we're back live, and it's Jason Kutsia that still leads out up front. iRacing South Africa Endurance Series 2023, brought to you by the Second Gear Production Studios. We're live from the Daytona circuit, the Daytona inner section that you see the car on there now of a Jason Kutsia, not just the banked circuit at all. And Jason Kutsia has got a pretty decent pace going here all day long. He's done a lot of laps. He's done a massive amount of laps. He's done a lot more laps than Troy Dolenchik and the JT Motorsport team. Jason Kutsia and Troy Dolenchik looking very, very solid. Somehow I think that Troy said to him, "Hey bud, you look like you're having fun. You just keep on going out there. Don't let me worry you. When you need somebody to do a couple of laps, I'll do it, and then you go back out there again and have lots of fun." And Jason Kutsia is doing it all right to hold out the likes of Umpi Swart. Umpi Swart finds himself in second position, and he's just short of a minute that he finds himself behind Jason Kutsia. Umpi's been pushing very, very hard, trying to make up as much time as he can. He's coming up here behind the Team Bolt's car of Robbie Teens. Robbie Teens makes a bit of a gap there, says to him, "You come through, keep on trucking." The BMW gets passed by the Porsche. So Umpi Swart inside of a minute of Jason Kutsia, but to be able to make that up, the only way you're really going to make up that difference at this stage of the fight with 55 minutes to go is you have to be one pit stop less. That's pretty much the only way that you're going to make that one up, barring unforeseen circumstances. And we've seen a couple of strange things happen earlier on. I see Willem Botha had a bit of an off track. Let's just see what happened. That was the last one that we had there with the high speed slide there by Willem Botha. And let's see what else we can pick up here for you. There haven't been a lot of off tracks at all. The last real accident that there was this one. This was Jaco Foster, and he was doing a pretty decent job, was Jaco Foster. In fact, that's the Jan Spalmer's incident that comes up there, and Jaco Steyn passed Jaco Foster at that stage of the fight. A little bit earlier on in the day, we had a couple of little incidents here and there. Raymond Duggan having a bit of an incident earlier on in the day. Remember, we've been going for 5 hours already. This was pretty interesting, this one, as he just ran it a little bit too deep, backed right out of it, and then as Mother Nature would have it, leave you pointing in the wrong direction, that you've got to turn it around again, making sure he doesn't get onto the grass at all and getting that one going. Johan Engelbrecht had a bit of an incident earlier on as well. The Toyota Gazoo entry just getting the tail end out. Well, they held on to it very, very well. But with these Porsches, well, once the tail end starts coming around, it's very difficult to catch. If anybody knows how to ride a Porsche, in fact, in real life, it's Johan Engelbrecht, the man that has done lots and lots of racing around the island at Kalani International Raceway. In fact, one of the fastest Porsches ever that's been in the local groupings of motor cars around Kalani International Raceway. A little bit earlier on, we had an incident with Francois Hubert, the teammate of Luc Lucchese, the Team Pantera Racing. There he gets it going again, so that went all pretty fine. Corne Brett had another incident earlier on in the day. This was quite weird. Curbstone 1, curbstone 2, curbstone 3, same size on curbstone 4, and it turns you right around. Just a little bit too quick on the loud pedal. And then earlier on, that Jason Kutsia incident that we had. Jason Kutsia coming up on the inside of the Durant Motorsport entry, climbs hard on the brakes to make sure they don't have any contact, and in that threw his own race away. Willem Botha right near the beginning of today's racing, and he got that Gazoo entry sideways and just scraped it all the way down the barrier, and that was the end of that one. Right at the beginning, at the top end of today's races, Jan Spalmers, as he comes up behind Luc Lucchese. They touch one another, they both spin, roll off backwards, and that's what took the two Masters out. And then just before that was the Jason Coetzee Byron Mitchell incident, as they were leading it up at that stage of the fight, going into turn number one. On lap number one, Willem Botha having to take evasive action there as well. And that pretty much wraps up most of the main incidents that's happened so far today. Jason Coetzee is the man that's leading them out, 58 seconds ahead of Umpi Swart. Umpi's tried every trick in the book to try and get just a little bit closer. He's taken from a 1 minute 7 down to 58 seconds. So he's managed to take 9 seconds, but it's taken a long time to do that. Will he be able to make up the difference? Only in a pit stop, or if Jason makes an error, and Jason hasn't made any errors for a long, long time. 5 hours ago was the last time that Jason made an error. So he's looking very, very strong. Third in class is Ati Nagel, as he works his way around the circuit, being pretty consistent as Ati Nagel. Still on the lead lap after 174 laps. That's amazing stuff if you look at the names of the front runners. And then Raymond Duggan is now just outside of that lead lap. 174 laps, 5 hours and 10 minutes into it. Francois Joubert, the teammate of Luc Lequizzi in the Team Pantera Racing. What a lovely spray job that is. I'd love to know how they got that one sorted out on iRacing. It's really looking utterly amazing, and we've seen that color scheme used by Pantera Racing's Luc Lequizzi earlier on in the season, and they find themselves not very far ahead of the competition being Jan Sparmers, and that's just 2.8 seconds further back. Nothing much in it. There's Jan Sparmers, and there, leading the class, is Francois Joubert. Willem Botha, just a little bit further back. There comes Willem Botha. He's 1 lap down, still doing some pretty decent lap times, staying in the 1 minute 45s. Most of the laps being in the 1 minute 45 range. And then Robbie Teens just a little bit further back from there. Now, Robbie Teens and Willem Pinaar, the two of them being teammates. And I just got a message from Willem Pinaar. After 5 hours of racing, the two Obalis, Teens Bolt, have not got a single off-track incident yet. We might be slow, but we're consistent. 55 minutes seems to be the max duration on a track. Expect a number of splash and dashes to make the end of the race. Now, that is pretty interesting. 55 minutes seems to be the max duration on a track. Expect a number of splash and dashes to make the end of the race. So they're obviously already doing their calculations. 30 to 32 laps on a tank. The M4 seems to be more economical than the Porsche by a lap or two per tank. Now, we saw that earlier on, where we saw 1 lap extra, 1 lap extra, 1 lap extra by the BMW, and that was what was making the difference at that stage of the fight. So big thanks to Willem Pinaar, sending us some background information as we go through today's racing to make it just a little bit more interesting for us. As we come towards the top end of the hour, we're already 5 hours and 11 minutes in. So less than 50 minutes left to go, with Jason Coetzee leading it out very neatly from Umpi Swart. But I think we must stick with that Francois Joubert scenario, because Francois Joubert and Jan Sparmers. There's Francois Joubert, and there comes Jan Sparmers. On screen, Francois Joubert, the 124 Team Pantera Racing entry, and there's not a big gap between himself and Problems. There is the Problems. It's called Jan Sparmers. 1.4 seconds behind him is Jan Sparmers. Now that is for first and second in class. Jan Sparmers, that's done a brilliant job all day long. He's made no errors whatsoever. His teammate Jaco Foster, the man that put this 6-hour event together, the JVW team. Does it get any closer? After 179 laps? I don't think so. That's as good as it gets. We've just seen what happened with the Kyle Lamy 9-hour. What happened yesterday. In fact, one of the people that might have been racing today, Julian from the RS, was there with the Mobile 1 V8s. And he had a very tiring day. Hence, Umpi Swart jumping in alongside Byron Mitchell. And we see how that one spread out over 9 hours. So this is brilliant stuff for us to watch. Jens Palmers and Jaco Stein's gone into the pits. Jaco Stein into the pits, and he's third overall in cars. He's had a very good race today. He in fact led for quite a long time. For those of you that missed out on the beginning at the top end of the race, there was 2 incidents, which first of all took out 2 of the elites. Then there was a second incident within the first 2 laps that took out 2 of the masters, and the sea just opened up. and he found himself in the lead, and he kept the hammer down, made no mistakes whatsoever. Took a long time for anybody to get onto the tail end of Jaco Steyn, and by not making mistakes, managed to stay there for an extended period of time, and that was a pretty brilliant drive by Jaco Steyn. Finds himself now one lap down from the highly acclaimed Jason Coetzee and Umpi Swart, with Raymond Duggan on the same lap as what he is. But going back to Francois Joubert in the Pantera Racing entry, it's all systems go right now. There's just 40 minutes left, and in that 40 minutes, his problem is right there behind him. That is Jan Spalmers. Let's go on board with Jan Spalmers. What does it look like? That is how close you are to whatever you're trying to catch. What you're trying to catch is the Pantera Racing entry. You see a couple of bugs on the windscreen. You saw one of the cars actually had a chip on the windscreen earlier on. So that spot on the right hand side, I think that is actually a chip. The other one was something that was flying. It was known as a bug, and I think that bug's just become a integral part of the windscreen. Fourth gear on a projected 1 minute 45.82 at this stage of the fight, as he works his way through the banked section of the circuit and really getting the revs up high. Watch now, sixth gear, hard on the brakes, down to fifth, down to fourth, use the curbstone, clip the curbstone, clip the next one, don't touch the grass, flat foot in that fourth gear all the way until the red lights come on, up into fifth gear. Jaco Spalmers is on the move. Jaco Spalmers is on his way to go and fetch Francois Joubert. 1.5 seconds between the two of them. You've got to get, we've seen before that a second is not enough to be able to be close enough to get into the slipstream whatsoever. You've got to be around about 0.7 and closer to be able to make use of it, and that's what he is trying to do now, to just close that gap just a little, to be able to get into the slipstream. From there on out, passing is a definite possibility. Corne Breert making his way out of the pit lane and back out on circuit. Probably going to be the last time that car goes in and out of the pits. They are 2 laps down, but if the people in front of them have to go into the pits again, it will be interesting to see how that happens. Willem Pina sends us a message. It is splash and dash time from here on out. So I think what we need to do is we start having a look at the amount of time that the pit stops are taking, and that'll give us a pretty decent idea as to whereabouts we're actually at. So if you look at the pit times, 41, 42, 31, 44, so anything below 31 is probably where we're going to be seeing how that one plays out. Let's see on what lap that was. Lap 177. So there's your first indication. Jan Engelbrecht doing a 31.4 second stop, and that on lap 172nd, as did Jaco Steyn as well. So to my mind, they have already made their last pit stops. They're not going to be making another pit stops if you use that as an indicator, and that starts making life very, very interesting for all of us that are busy watching this production. Jason Coetzee, the man of the moment, holding out against Umpi Swart from 1 minute 7 seconds. They fought it out down to 56 seconds. And, well, if you can stay ahead of Umpi Swart, you've got to be blindingly quick. Jaco Steyn, I think he'll have a big smile on his face. The iRacing South Africa GT3, Porsche, endurance, all of this stuff is going brilliantly this year. He's racing, just getting better and better since he got the new equipment, and he's really starting to enjoy his racing out there. Is Jaco Steyn. Car looking lovely, beautiful livery out there. And then Corne Breert finds himself in the 4th position. Corne Breert with Raymond Duggan in the Flying Gypsies Racing, 4th in class and 2 laps down. Francois Joubert, how's that one been working out? Well, it's worked out pretty well, because Francois Joubert has been under immense pressure. Francois Joubert ahead there of Jan Smalmers. Jan Smalmers to within 1,000th of a second. Can you believe it? 145, both of them. And then if you look at everything thereafter, it's literally, let's have a look at that again. I think that's actually amazing. How do you get that close? 145.764, 145.765. Francois Joubert is, Jason Coetzee comes into the pits. Jason Coetzee is coming into the pits. This is going to be his splash and dash. It's going to be interesting to see how long Jason Coetzee is going to be in, because remember, there is Umpi Swart. He's on his way down. Is Umpi Swart. When was the last time that these guys were into the pits? Let's see the pit lap as such. A 183 was Troy Dolenchik, and a 158. Well, 183 is right now. That means that Umpi Swart has to go in as well. He's not going to be able to make it all the way to the end on where he is on the pit exit right now. It's going to be Troy Dolenchik. It's on his way out. There's Troy Dolenchik on his way out. Umpi Swart, you will see him come past on the track in the next couple of seconds. There comes Umpi Swart. There he is. So nothing much between them except for probably 1 times pit stop. And that's where the difference is going to be between the two of them. Umpi Swart working his way down, and the car that's directly in front of him, that is Troy Dolenchik. That's how much there is between the two of them as they work their way after 184 laps, almost 5.5 hours. I do believe that the difference is going to be the fact that 158 to 184, probably max another 2, maybe 3 laps. The BMW is making 31. The Porsche is doing around about 30 laps on a tank, 158 to 188. So yeah, let's see how much further. Possibly 4 laps from now. Looks like Willem Botha going pretty slow there. That was the Gazoo entry. Let's see if we can pick up that one. That was kind of strange. Robbie Teens is going quite fine. Johan Engelbrecht, yep, going very slow. If they run out of fuel, let's have a look from inboard. It's possible, just maybe. Just maybe. Oh no, he's got damage on that motor car. He went off the circuit. Look how that steering wheel sitting. He's desperately trying to get that car back to the pits, and that's a hell of a knock for Johan Engelbrecht. Let's see exactly what happened. Yeah, just understeered on him. Bang! The left-hand front corner went in, and Johan Engelbrecht now desperately trying to get that car back. He gets it back to the pits, and that's going to cost them pretty dearly, because Robbie Teens is now into that third position and ahead there of Johan Engelbrecht, and that takes any chance of Johan Engelbrecht being able to go any further. So Johan Engelbrecht tried to drive it back to the pits. He unfortunately eventually had to, shall we call it, teleport back to the pits, and that is going to be a bit of a sad ending from them, because that damage is going to make quite a big difference. And talking about quite a big difference, not quite a big difference between Francois Joubert and Jan Spalmers. There they go. There's Francois Joubert, there's Jan Spalmers. Nothing much between the two of them. Can you believe it? You can be that close in the Masters after 185 laps, 5 hours 28, just about a half an hour to go. And this is going to be for the top honors in the class. Now we know that 1 second is not close enough to be able to pick up the toe, and we've actually studied and watched that through the duration of these 5.5 hours that we've seen already. Look at that, Jan Spalmers doing a nice neat corner there, getting on the gas long before the apex of the corner, and as they come out into the straight, you'll see 1.6. I don't foresee that closing down at all while they are on the banked section of the circuit. To my mind, anything more than a second, you're not going to be able to pick up the toe. 1.6, it remains 1.6, a slightly better gear change, still in the 1.6, making up just a little bit of ground, but I think that is purely due to the fact that he did a perfect gear change, uses all of the circuit and more, gets on the gas as quick as he can. Now he must make sure he doesn't make any mistakes, because Jan Spalmers 1.7 off the tail end of a Francois Joubert. Francois Joubert, not the kind of guy that makes mistakes whatsoever. You're going to have to go and fetch him. He's not going to drop back into your hands whatsoever. Down the front main they go once again. Just into the pit lane he goes. So Jan Spalmers into the pit lane, and he watches Francois Joubert drive away. Robbie Teens now comes into the pits as well. But remember, Robbie Teens is 3 laps down, so that's not of major interest. When was the last pit lap that these guys went in? Jan Spalmers now on 185, on 153, and they're now on 186. So, yep, they're both going to be into the pits on 185 and 182. 165 plus 30, that's 195 laps. I do believe that Francois Joubert is going to have to go into the pits as well. He's not going to make it from there, because 30 laps was, well, not even off the jacks, and he's got the foot on the accelerator. Out of the pits comes Jan Spalmers. Robbie Teens just behind him, but Robbie Teens is 3 laps further down. So if 30 laps is the max that you can do with a Porsche around the Daytona race course, not just the banked circuit, the whole race course as such, 165 plus 30 brings you to 195. On 195 laps, you're already on 186. So that means that you're going to have to probably, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. You're going to have to come in again. And that 48 seconds, will that be enough? Now, as Willem Pina said, it's all about the amount of time that you're going to use for a splash and dash at the end, because probably most everybody is going to end up with a splash and dash, and the quicker you can get in and out without running out of fuel. We don't want to do what's known as a Mike Verrier. He was the first man ever to run out of fuel in a Sports and GT Masters event, and the running out of fuel was then named a Mike Verrier because of that specific incident. He never ever made that mistake again, but numerous people have made that mistake thereafter. So let's hope that that one pans out pretty decently. 48.4 seconds between Jan Spalmers. So close to the grass. We've seen more than one person. We've seen Corne Breed go off there with just touching the grass and getting on the gas a little bit too quickly. And then we've also seen Luc Lequerzi going up into the wall there as well, just being on the gas a little bit too quickly. Sixth gear, hammer down. 48.3 seconds between Francois Joubert and Jan Spammers. 187 laps into this race. 5 hours 32 that they've been going already. The fatigue must be coming into it now. Nice early apex. Can he close up on Francois Joubert? If there's anybody you don't want to try and catch, it's somebody like Francois Joubert, because mistakes, they do not happen very easily for the likes of Francois Joubert. Hence the fact that Luc Lequizzi said, come on, Francois, be my teammate. I know you've got the pace. I know you've got the diligence to not throw it away, throw it at the scenery, and he'll keep it all together. And that is exactly what he is doing, and it's brilliant stuff out there. A little bit higher up, if you look on the board, you'll see Yuri Swart and Troy Jolincic. Less than 2 seconds between them, but there also you have a situation. 158 laps was when the Ubi-Swart car went in last time, and we're now on 188 laps, which means just a matter of time, and he's going to have to probably on this lap now, I can't see him getting much further than that. I'm pretty sure he's going to have to come into the pits now, and let's just have a look, see how that one plays itself out. Here comes Ubi-Swart. Is he going to go for yet another lap? Surely not. 30 laps, we've seen that's as many laps as they can go. The BMWs can go to 31, but very, very marginal. So probably just 1.8 seconds off the lead vehicle being Troy Jolincic. This is Ubi-Swart that we're on board with in the Porsche. And I am going to predict, in my stupidity and lack of knowledge in motorsport, that this man is going to be going into the pits in the not too distant future, as in right now. Let's see what happens. Maybe we can ride on board with him as he works it into the pits. Hopefully he doesn't blow my theory. Is he going to go in? He's got to. Yep, there we go. 30 laps. Oh, heavy on the brakes, getting inside of the limiter to be able to go in there. So a big thanks to Willem Pinaar that's been giving us lots of information. He predicted 30 max. You can't do anything better than that. That's as good as it's going to get. 1 minute 31 between Jaco Steyn and Ubi-Swart. The last time that we looked, can they do the splash and dash and get out in time? I think so. I think it's going to be possible. Let's keep an eye on them. Let's have a look at that. Oh, there's no pit lane shot over there. Let's try a slightly different shot. There we can see it. So 1.5 kilometers, that is the difference between them. 1.6 as Troy Jolincic's got the hammer down. We're looking for Jaco Steyn. Where is Jaco Steyn? Jaco Steyn's a long way further back. So I don't believe that's going to be a problem. Oh, Byron Mitchell jumps into the motor car. So Byron Mitchell says, okay, you've had enough fun. Let me have a bit of fun out there. And takes the Durant Motorsport entry back out on circuit. So in that second position, Byron Mitchell on his way out of the pit exit. As you see the Toyota Gazoo entry disappearing there in the background. So Byron Mitchell, what chance does he stand of winning this race? Apart from Troy Jolincic losing the circuit, I don't think any chance whatsoever. Troy does not make mistakes very easily, and I do believe that with the kind of gap that he's got, 57 seconds, and we've only got 23 and a half minutes to go, I think Troy will be able to coast it from here on out. He won't have any hassles whatsoever. Who else has still got to go into the pits? 165 laps, add 30 to that, that's 195. That's 6 laps from now. That's about 9-10 minutes. Yep, Francois Joubert, according to my calculations, has to go into the pits. How much time is he going to lose? Jan Spalmers, 50 seconds behind him. That one is going to go down to the wire. So who's doing the faster lap times at this stage of the fight? Between the two of them, a 1:45.532 by Francois Joubert, a 1:46.6, 1.1 seconds. Francois Joubert quicker than Jan Spalmers on the last lap. That's what he needs to do to eke out a little bit of extra space to ensure that he can get in and out of the pits without any problems whatsoever. Now, the pit times that we have, unfortunately, let's have a look. Okay, the pit times, that's how long the car's actually standing. That's why you see there's, like Jan Spalmers, 26.4 seconds. But the pit lane time, that's going to give us a better indication. The best so far, 1:03. there isn't 103 in it, but it's a splash and dash. So if 103 is your full time that you spend from the time you go into the pit lane till the time you come out, that means on a full stop, you're going to end up in second position. But being a splash and dash with so little time left, now you've got to do the calculations. And Francois Joubert luckily has got the likes of Luc Lequizzi that is doing the calculations for him. Having said that, let's see if we can get Luc Lequizzi online and find out exactly, without giving anything away. Let's see if Luc Lequizzi comes up online, that we can have a quick chat with him. Alright, so to find out the inside line, remember that's what we do at the Second Gear Talk Show and Second Gear Productions, the inside line. So, as we said, Francois Joubert out on circuit, 52 seconds between himself and Jan Sparmers. Online with us, Luc Lequizzi. Well, look, I've worked out my mathematics. My mathematics says full pit stop, you end up in second position with the Pantera Racing Porsche entry. But on a short stop, a splash and dash, what is your calculation on how long he's going to lose of that 42, of the 52 seconds that's available? Can your teammate get in and out without losing that position?
Yes, yeah, I think we're probably going to have 15 to 20 seconds to spare.
As much as that?
Remember, because Jan had to pit so much earlier, he had to take on more fuel to the finish. We only need 25 litres. So it's going to be a very short stop for us.
And at the moment now, we see Francois Joubert is lapping slightly quicker than Jan Sparmers. So you sound pretty confident, Luke, that you're going to be able to get that Pantera Racing Porsche in and out of the pits ahead of Jan Sparmers, having done 191 laps in 5 hours, 40 minutes?
Yes, 100%. As long as nothing goes wrong on the track.
Anything is possible. And I mean, let's just keep Eskom in mind, apart from Telkom and all the other things that comes to mind, that anything can change. Look, a massive big thanks to you for coming on board with us today, to giving us additional information, and to the likes of Willem Pina. In fact, Willem Pina's last message is referring to you guys. He says, it's splash and dash time, expecting everybody to do one more stop, expect iRSA and Gazoo. He says, Team Pantera may have a surprise up there, Steve, as their pit stops are out of sequence with the rest of the guys. So Willem Pina picking that up, and he's also quite aware of how that one's going to play out. So look, thanks for joining us. Thanks for the additional information. Thanks for helping out with the power supply system earlier on in the week. And I'm sure you'll agree with me, the first of the 6-hour events, 9 6-hour events for 2023. Not a lot of cars, but a major success.
Yes, look, it can only get better from here. So
it's not like married life. It's a total opposite.
No.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Well, folks, there you go. That was Luc Lequizzi giving us the inside line as to exactly what's happening out there. And he is predicting that they will be able to do that splash and dash without too much difficulty and still come out where they need to be. As we got an eye there on Byron Mitchell, it's going to be all about this man, Francois Joubert. He's going to have to really keep it nice and neat and smooth. Let's have a look at the last that time that he has actually done out there. Is he holding sway? Yes, he is. Francois Joubert is doing it all right. Francois Joubert, 145.918, a 146.3, another 4/10 that is added onto that gap there from Jan Sparmers. So that one looks pretty much in line. As Luke was saying, he thinks that they've got it all right and they will not have too much of a difficulty with that one. Let's have a look at the gains and losses. So first, second, third and fourth in the elite class, exactly the way they started. That's where they're standing now. A very quick 145.248 by Troy Dolanchik ahead there of Byron Mitchell. From 1 minute 31 further back, Jaco Steyn, and then 2 laps further back is Corne Breed. Francois Joubert, it was Luc Lequizzi, his teammate, that went out and did the qualifying, found himself third in class. Wasn't too worried about that. They know that 6 hours is a long time. It's a lot of laps, 193 laps in fact. So they're going to make probably into the 200s by the time we finished. And Francois Joubert a 145.8, just a little bit slower than the previous lap, but not a train smash. It's still pretty decent. And I think Francois Joubert is now going to err on the safety side of things, as Jens Bommer's not that far behind him. Where is Jens Bommer's? Here he comes, 53 seconds further back. Let's have a look at the last lap times that we have there. A 145.8 by Francois. Jens Spammers was on a 146.8. He'll come up in the not too distant future across the line. There's the green number 2. That's coming around the corner towards the start finish line. 193 laps done. This will make it 193 that he's completed as well. A 145.8 as opposed to a 146.6. So still 8 tenths further that Francois Joubert takes the pressure off. They're looking pretty good at this stage of the fight. We'll come back to you with around about 14 minutes to go, and we'll take you to the end of this race. So folks, as we head towards the top end of the hour, 6-hour endurance race put together by Jaco Forster in conjunction with iRSA's Jaco Steyn. Live commentary for the 6 hours brought to you by the Second Gear Production Studio. And, well, it's been amazing stuff. It's been 8 entries that's out there, 4 per class, but it's been very, very entertaining. And the number of incidents that there's been in almost 200 laps, I can count on one hand. It's been brilliant stuff. 1 or 2 little off tracks here and there, but purely because of the guys just pushing very hard. Remember, these Porsches, if you very hard on the loud pedal and you climb on the curbstones, it very quickly gets out of shape. And as some of the people that have raced Porsches through the years will say to you, if it doesn't feel like your Porsche is trying to kill you, you're not trying to drive it hard enough. And believe you me, that is exactly what they have done this time around. Troy Dolenchik leading out. So let's have one last gasp look at everybody out there. Troy Dolenchik teamed up with Jason Kutsia, JT Motorsport. Jason Kutsia having an incident right at the beginning. Let's just see if we can pick that one up for you quickly. It was Jason Kutsia straight after the green flag, and he was right at the front end of the field at that point. A big thanks to ASAP for the sponsorship of this race. Let's just see if we can pick up that one. No, unfortunately, I don't think the computer wants to go that far back for us. And nope, it doesn't want to do it, so we'll have to give that one a miss. Let's see if we can pick it up. Here we go. This is Jason Kutsia and Byron Mitchell. This is the very first corner. That's the incident that happened. And the Toyota Gazoo entry also having to run right around the outside. That was the very first thing that happened with the Jason Kutsia Troy Dolenchik entry. That took them from the front end of the field a long, long way down. And then Jason Kutsia had another incident thereafter. Let's see if we can pick up that one. I think the computer's getting a little bit tired. It's not wanting to give us exactly what we wanted. There's Troy Dolenchik with the Jason Kutsia Troy Dolenchik car. In fact, it was Jason Kutsia that was in the car, although it shows Troy Dolenchik. It was in fact Jason Kutsia. And that's about the sum total of problems that they have had right through the whole of the 6 hours. Nothing else has really gone wrong for them at all. And, well, just doing it all right and making it happen. Troy Dolenchik now 55 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell with just 7.5 minutes to go. So let's have a look at the Byron Mitchell entry. Byron Mitchell went out, did a brilliant job, handed the car over to Umpi Swart. Umpi Swart all of a sudden, after 2, 3, 4 laps, disappeared off the screens. And it was a disconnect on his computer that created that scenario. That unfortunately dropped them right to the back end of the field behind everybody and anybody. A massive fight back by Byron Mitchell and Umpi Swart. Byron Mitchell started this one. He's going to finish it off. He's in the car at the moment now and finds himself in second place overall. Jaco Steyn, well, he's had lots of fun. There was that first entry where you saw the 2 elites touch one another and go off. Then there was 2 masters that touched one another. They went off and the waters just parted in front of Jaco Steyn. Find himself at the front end of the field, 10.7 seconds ahead of anybody and everything. Kept the hammer down, kept his head, make no mistakes, and forced everybody else to really pedal hard to eventually go and fetch him. Rather than take chances and give it away, he forced them to come and fetch him, and that's brilliant stuff. Well done to Jaco Steyn, the man that heads up iRSA for 2023. Corne Breert is 2 laps down. They've had 1 or 2 offs, and although they've been very much on the pace and well, within a half a second for virtually every single lap, but after 199 laps you take a half a second, that makes up a fair amount of time. Francois Joubert in the Pantera Racing entry, linked up with Luke Lucchese, an awesome spray job that they've got. We just had a chat a couple of minutes back with Luke Lucchese, and he said, nope, they've got enough time. They can do a splash and dash. They should have about 20 seconds in it. It shouldn't be too much of a train smash, and they will come out up front. Well, make that to 25 seconds, but also keep in mind that Francois Joubert is lapping slightly quicker than Jan Spammers, as we've got 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this one. Jan's actually put up a very, very good fight, make no mistake. Jan Spammers has been out there. He's done lots of laps. He's got Jaco Foster with him. Jaco Foster in the JBW team, and they've made very few errors. They were very consistent, did it all right from the beginning. And I think consistency, more than brute force on the accelerator and hammering the brakes and killing the tires, is in fact what got Jaco Foster and Jan Spammers to where they are. 30 seconds off, but still on the exact same lap as the leaders. And that's utterly amazing stuff if you think about it. 200 laps, the magical 200 mark has come up, and that with 4.5 minutes to go. And that's utterly amazing stuff as Jan Spammers comes up behind Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn's not going to take any chances whatsoever. He's got that third in the bag. He'll just run it a little bit on the wide side. He's not going to give it away, but he's not going to fight too hard and end up going off and then not getting the kind of result that they had wanted. So Jan Spammers has done it all right. 32 seconds gap between himself and the very quick Pantera Racing team of Luke Lucchese and himself. Robbie Teams, well, he's had lots of fun, I must say. They always enjoy themselves out on circuit, and they obviously realized early on that the BMW, although it can do roughly one lap more than the Porsches, obviously he realized that it's no can do. They're not going to be able to run the same kind of pace, and decided to not slow anybody else down or mess anybody else around. They did everything that they could to stay out of everybody's way, and they did a very good job of it while having lots of fun and getting lots of laps in there. Remember, these guys are taking part in the GT3 series as well as the West Bromwich Sports and GT Master series through the course of the next 2, 3, 4, 5 months. And this is good practice to be sitting on the rig for hours at a time, literally, and pushing hard, very hard, to just find that extra little bit of time, exactly what you need to do if you want to be one of the top 40 in South Africa. And that, in fact, is what we are looking at, is the top 40 in South Africa, as we have a look at Johan Engelbrecht working his way around. And that top 40 that went through after the qualifying sessions, the qualifying times, they had a whole lot of different groupings, everybody getting a chance to go out on circuit in a group with only 5 cars in it. Strict instructions, no slipstreaming whatsoever. You need to do that lap time by yourself, and that's exactly what they did. Eventually the top 40 was selected, and that top 40 was made out of the top 10 from 2022 plus the top 30 from 2023. Only one person that did not take up that opportunity was in fact Yaz Samai, and Yaz Samai has said no, he's not going to be able to do that one, but he would like to do the Porsche Cup. And him and Scott Montanari, Yaz Samai and Scott Montanari, have been the 2 top runners in the Porsche series previously, and you'll probably find they're going to be the pace setters. So having taken the top 40 out, the Pro-Am series, being the Porsche series, is the one that they're going to be taking part with this year. So is this going to be the last lap? 5 minutes 58.26. Yeah, probably the last time around for Troy Dolenchik. He might even just slow it down a little bit on the last lap to make sure that he doesn't go across the line too quickly. And the last lap we did was a 1:44.747. So it's just a boy thing. You've got to stay ahead of Byron Mitchell, because Byron Mitchell's very, very quick as well. And Byron putting up a 44.9, just 2/10 outside of that time by Troy Dolenchik. But this is probably the last lap by Troy Dolenchik. It's just 1 minute to go. I think he might have to do one after this one. Let's just see the green number 1 that you see as he works his way around. He could slow it right down if he needed to, or he can say, I'm very confident and I'll just keep on and do yet another lap. Nope, it looks like he's going to have to do another lap if he carries on like this, unless he slows it right down. Nope, he's going to take the start-finish line with just a couple of seconds to go. In fact, 30 seconds. And Troy Dolenchik goes across the line, and that will be now for the very last time that he goes past the start-finish line without getting the checkered flag. Let's ride on board with the Super Conqueror as he goes through his final lap. 6 hours of racing in the 6-hour Enduro round number 1 at 2023 iRacing South Africa, brought to you by Second Gear Productions from Belgium down in the friendly city of Cape Town. Almost finished is Troy Dolenchik as he comes up towards the last part of this lap. The last time he'll be going through the chicane. He mustn't make any mistakes here. Wouldn't the boys behind him love it if he had to make a mistake? That was the last technical section, if you want to call it that. And that pretty much is going to take him up towards the line. There you see the green number 1 as he works his way around. It's going to be Troy Dolenchik that will take top honors and work his way towards some serious prize money at the end of the season as he takes the checkered flag. There the checkered flag comes out for Troy Dolenchik. Byron Mitchell, the next man that we're going to keep tabs on. And Byron Mitchell coming up in that second position. And he's got Umpi Swart that joined him for this one. Julian from the RS taking a bit of a breather after a long day at Kyalami. And he will come up to pick up that second position overall. The last time that he comes through the bus stop chicane. 13 corners in total for the Daytona track circuit. Iconic banked circuit, the Daytona 500, one of the most well-known races to mankind on the planet, as he works his way around towards the start-finish line. You'll be pretty chuffed with that one. Well, he decided to go out in style. Well done, I must say. That was brilliant stuff. Next man that's going to be coming through there is, in fact, Francois Joubert, and that for a class victory. Well done to Pantera Racing, Francois Joubert and his teammate Luc Lucchesi, as we ride on board with Jaco Steyn. 1 minute 37 further back, and they'll come through to complete their race, and that will be the last car going across the line. And therewith ends the first race of the season in the 6-hour. Wow, wasn't that something else? That was utterly amazing stuff. And, well, it just doesn't get any better than that. Let's have a look at the end results as such. And there you have it, the race results for the elites. And it was a hard-fought affair. There's no doubt about it. The elite guys going one-on-one for a long, long time. And just doing it all right. JD Motorsport, otherwise known as LDR, the way that they've been loaded there. Jason Kutsia and Troy Dolenchik. And then the Durant Motorsport entry coming through in second place. That's Byron Mitchell and Umpi. And I think they'll be pretty happy with that one. Let's be honest, they drove very hard for that. The iRSA green entry of Jaco Steyn and then Ate Nagel. And then the Flying Gypsies that came through behind that one. And the Flying Gypsies is Corne Breert and then Raymond Duggan as well. Let's go across to the Masters for their final results. Team Pantera Racing, brilliant drive as always, Luc Lucchesi and Francois Joubert. I think they'll be super chuffed with the end result. They did work very hard for it. It didn't come very easily whatsoever. The JVW entry of Jaco Foster and Jan Spammers coming through in that second position. And then the Tings Bolt entry, that's Robbie Tings and Willem Pina coming through in third. And then the Gazoo Racing entry behind that of Jan Engelbrecht and Willem Botha. So folks, that wraps it up, and I think you will all agree that was pretty interesting, pretty amazing stuff, and better than that you can't ask for. Utterly amazing. A big thanks to our sponsors and everybody that's involved with it. It's been awesome to be here with you. It's been a long 6 hours, but I think the scene is set for us to be able to have an amazing another 8 rounds of 6-hour endurance races under the auspices of iRSA. A big thanks to Jaco Steyn, a big thanks to Jaco Foster, and a big thanks to Luc Lucchesi, that's always in assistance with the Second Gear Studios to keep us up and running. From my side, Gary Fleming, I hope you enjoyed it, and well, we'll see you on Tuesday night with the Second Gear Talk Show, and then we will see you on Wednesday night, and that will be round number 2 of the GT3 iRSA MSA sanctioned national championship. From my side, Gary Fleming, on behalf of Second Gear Productions, good night to you, one and all.